Hiya, papaya, everyone. Are you ready to be sad? Maybe, hopefully not sad. Are you ready for the Sapphic Sunday? How's everyone's Sapphic Sunday been so far? Mine's been pretty good. I've spent the whole morning working on VR chat stuff because I hyper focus on VR chat stuff when I start doing VR chat stuff. I just stay focused. I can't stop doing it. And oh yeah, let's get back to VR chat. Spends literal days. I did sleep. Don't worry. When I woke up, I got food, opened up Sky, did my daily Halloween thing, logged out of Sky, then started working on VR chat avatar uploading because I do that a lot. It's the last episode. I know. I know. But yeah, Possum. Every time I get back into VR chat, I spend way too much time, like a lot of time, making sure to update my model, because every time I get back in, there's always at least a few changes to my model I've added or removed, so I have to go edit that and update it every time, and then it takes me ages, and then I also have to work on Rats thing as well, which I almost done. I've almost finished, I think. I just need to tweak the bones, and I think it's pretty good to use. Still can't fix the clipping though. Clipping is still a permanent issue that will never get fixed, I think. Now that's right, and it's sad because I can't do anything about it unless I re-upload the whole model, and that's too much work. Too much work. It's still going through the clothes, which is sad. Hi, Bolivia. Happy Saturday Sunday. Are you ready for the final episode? Chapter 5, episode 5 of NPG.
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Good morning, Bolivia, to you. So much has happened. Well, that's not CG's missing.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
Oh no! I forgot about that. Oh no! Guest start. Guest start pretty. Oh my god. Guest start pretty. What the fuck? Guest start Pog. Oh, whoa, for free? Whoa, for free, whoa. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that at all. Beans. Boop. Alright, I think it's enough stalling for now. I think it's time for Eternal Evergreen, Part 2. Time to be sad. I need Death Valley! I mean, what? I don't know what the fuck this is. Death Valley time! Death Valley time! I kill the ignition. The engine hums until it dies. Metal on the truck pops and squeaks and crackles until that goes silent too. Then again, all I hear are the muffled creaks and the birds from outside. For a while, I stay in the truck until it gets warm. Until it's such a roast. We're finally in springtime. Drove the truck through Taiga Pass for a bit. Eventually swerved left and went off-roading. We're technically not supposed to. I technically don't give a shit. Despite knowing this park like the back of my head. And I wouldn't be able to point out where I'm at if given a map. Don't much care about that either. Probably not too high up. If I had come across a cliff, I would have driven off it. I slammed my head on the steering wheel, holding it there. A long, never-ending echoes throughout the woods. A flock of birds scatter from their tree branches and escape into the sky. I lift my head and busted against the wheel again. Again. My head throbs, a dull pain shakes through it and stops at the back of my wisdom teeth. Vision is blurry. Getting darker. I swing the door open and stumble out. The fresh air isn't so fresh. There's a fire nearby. The smell of burning bush makes my self-induced headache even worse. Fires like this aren't uncommon up here nowadays. I wonder how she's holding up right now. The others are probably pampering her like the queen she thinks she is. No. No, stop it. You forfeited that life. How dare you think you have the right to wake up every day and feel the uncomfortable comfort they gave you? Outdoors? Nature? Whatever pretentious way I chose to identify being outside is not closed. It is not closed and with my thoughts. In some building. It's just a mask. A facade of identity to convince myself that it's possible to have moments in my day-to-day life where I'm not so miserable. But when reality comes crumbling down on top of you, it's all that's left are Polaroid pictures of a toddler with a mutilated hand. The entire charade goes with it. All that's left is the burning image of 3 fingers dangling from a tiny fist, and the guilt that comes with it. There was never a way out of this. No second lease, no new perspective was ever truly plausible. All that was ever there was the rebelling ego of a desperate woman shaking her fist at the boot of what exactly? Bureaucracy? Society? Culture? But that's just it, isn't it? It was actually nothing at all. Just an indefinable sense of wrongness, lack of place on purpose, disenchantment, to be sure. But everyone is disenchanted. So, when I turn my blame and hate towards anything and everything, I shouldn't be surprised when there's casualty. Yet here I am, shocked, when my poison ends up killing. I come around to the bed of the truck and unlatch it. Pup springs towards me, the rope tied to his neck tugs him back. He's hopping from side to side, he's panting hard, he's breathing. I watch, unblinking, keep my eyes open and glued to him until they burn and he mellows out.
Yeah. I guess I'm just about ready too.
I say, like, he knows what's going on, like, a mutual understanding will redeem me for what I'm about to do. The shotgun slides out of the back easily. It's heavy, but the weight doesn't even register. Feels like an extra limb I've always had. When I was driving, I kept hoping that I'd hear it get set off. That I'd get lucky and an unseen pothole would do it for me. Didn't even keep the safety on. And if it didn't go off, well, that was fine too. He would get to see it. Maybe understand it, accept it. But as I look at his blank expression, whites of his eyes showing as he turns his head to look at a stray bird, I let an obvious insight. It's a coyote. It doesn't understand a fucking thing. When the end of the rope is untied, he bounces out of and runs in circles on the soil. I don't stop it. Wait a second. He howls and barks, and I don't try to stop that either. Eventually, he starts sniffing at a tree, and I figure that's as good as a place as any. Pup's either a good boy or a dumb boy, because he doesn't resist when I grab the rope and start tying it to the tree's mighty trunk. It's over 100 feet, towering to the sky. It and its cousins shade the whole clearing. It's probably over 300 years old. I wonder how many things it's outlived. How much life has completely disintegrated into dust from the time this thing was a sapling until now. How much more it will outlive. When the knot's been tied, I pick the gun off the ground and take 10 steps back. Pup tries to follow, but like in the truck, he gets yanked back. Only this time he takes issue with it. God. Why now?
Shut up! Shut up!
It takes until the second time, until I hate myself for saying it. Man, just look at me. Can't even show a dying animal some basic pity. Some ranger.
I'm not going anywhere.
And look at the pity I have for myself. I'll be lugging around this job complex until the better end, I guess. After all, the ritualistic killing about to occur is all about me. As is everything. It's about Eve Adams. It's always been about Eve Adams. Pop's head clicked to the side as I raised the gun. I remember Jesse showing it to me the first time I entered the cabin. Not even half a day later, was I holding that thing at Yosemite, Zion, and Yellowstone. Safety is off. All I have to do is pull the trigger. All I have to do is steel myself. Commit to the action. Commit and everything changes. My environment changes. I could change. My fingers curl around the trigger. The only real mechanism that matters when it comes down to revolution or murder. Pup stares up at me with his blank, trusting eyes. Every organ in my body feels like it's shutting down, going cold. Stomach's doing somersaults, heart, radiant spin. Radial spin, heads shaking. I'm sorry, Jesse. Zion, Yellowstone. I'm so sorry. Even you, Yosemite. Especially you. The only person who ever really got it. I wish I could have let you know how much those dumb morning arguments meant to me. If I'd realized it sooner, then I wasn't looking down the barrel of a shotgun. I would have told you. I learned so much from all of you. But I just couldn't apply it right. I should have put your faith. You should put your faith in someone better. Someone kinder. Who wasn't bitter just because their expectations failed them. I wasn't able to be the ranger I wanted to be. I wasn't able to be the person you thought I could be. The world is a blur. Watercolors painted in tears. I'm sorry. Pop lifts his head towards the sky. An unbroken, sorrowful howl escapes into the air. His jowls dropping. The longer it goes on.
I'm so sorry.
I pull it.
Alrighty, gals. Out of the car. Stretch those legs so you can stay limber and timber. Please don't forget your hat this time, Yellowstone.
You nearly gave that man in Tehachapi a heart attack.
It ain't my fault my head is this way. Besides, Zion gets to go strutting around with her wings out.
Because Zion looks like a tiny child costuming as a fairy princess. You look like the Herald of Tribulation.
I look like a tiny child? My name's not Harold, Yosemite.
Just put on the hat. Look, even Zion and I have to wear one.
I took a ranger hat. She left it at the cabin before she ran off, along with nearly everything else. In truth, it causes my scalp to itch, like it's a nest for insects, but I don't quite feel like taking it off, even in the car. Zion leans in from the back seat and plants a kiss on Yellowstone's puffed-out cheeks, then rests the baseball cap on top of Yellowstone's volcano.
It'll keep the sun out of your eyes. Come on.
Yellowstone sighs and hops out the driver's seat. Zion, following closely behind, I stay in the sweltering car for a moment, staring out the window at the giant thermometer outside. I've seen that somewhere before. A colossus of a roadside attraction. Currently peaking at a dry 102. Deserts are just as intense as the books say they are. I've seen this somewhere before. I wonder where. Exiting the vehicle is further proof of this. The water dries out my hair in seconds. Whatever. AC is a hedonistic sham. I've existed without it for who knows how long, and I will continue to exist without it for the next 15 minutes. The number 1 on the thermometer raises to 103. I will continue to exist without it for the next 10 minutes.
Golly, it's hotter than HE double hockey sticks out here.
And it will only get worse the lower in elevation we go.
Science.
It's not so bad. Utah can get rather hot as well.
Wow.
How much longer till we get there anyhow? I'm beat from all this driving.
We would have been there by now if you hadn't choked and taken us onto the I-14 instead of the 15.
Imagine.
So I zigged when I should have zagged. At least I actually know how to drive, Miss Start and Stop.
Wait, you said he doesn't know how to drive? What?
I'm a defensive driver.
That doesn't sound very good for you.
What's the N on the shift stand for?
Neutral.
And... Nah... 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 And...
I like how my random thought after neutral was, N stands for Narava. Wait, why is it? N stands for Narava. Why am I thinking about Narava? What is Narava? Oh yeah, yes, Narava. You know, the squeaker.
Never mind.
It doesn't stand for never mind.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I know we're all cranky from the drive, but please, let's not fight. Remember who we're doing this for.
Whom? Pray tell. Yellowstone and I go from glaring at each other to both of us shifting our gaze down to the film of dust layered on top of the parking lot. Dust on parking lot. Then always manages to find a way to be right. Always.
Sorry. I suppose I'm just getting impatient.
There's a long silence as the three of us stand there, simmering in the sun. The only relief is the cool breeze from the cars passing on the I-15.
I'm sorry too, Yosemite.
Not the I-14, the I-15. Yellowstone steps forward to hug me. I don't stop her.
It's been hard. The last month has knocked us all on our heinies. But soon we're all gonna be together again, like before. Not all of us.
Sam sniffs. All the tears have dried up. But as we know all too well by now, there are some things that we can never get back. That won't ever get easy.
You're right.
I pull Zion into mine and Yellowstone's embrace. The three of us huddle together in an awkward hug.
But we can be grateful for what we still have. And what we're going to get back.
Yosemite. Look at you. Get me all misty-eyed and junk.
Yellowstone wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye. Water from her volcano begins to seep through the hat.
Save it for later. We still have a ways to go.
Right.
Yellowstone and Zion start for the convenience store. Zion already fretting over whether or not they will have fresh produce as Yellowstone nearly walks into a light post while staring at the thermometer. Your job, Yellowstone. I stay behind, staring across the street at the sign that designates the road will soon be going down. Gateway to Death Valley.
Just you wait, Ranger. You won't get away from me a second time. I'm coming for you, Eve.
Very cute. I do enjoy the outfit. I have no control. No special wisdom into the hearts of minds of other people that occupy the same space as me. I hold no power over the world. There's no sweeping action I can take to enact change or significance. Dwell on the normalized callousness and indifference people display in their lives, while in the very same day kissing their children goodnight is to dwell on some pretty intense contradictions. I could try to separate the two, focus on one aspect of the person over the other. Maybe they're wonderful. Maybe they're everything wrong with society today. But sooner or later, I'll drive myself to the brink of thinking about it. That or the reality I'm living and will become so warped that I'll wind up spending my entire life in a rabbit hole of subjectivity. Either way, it's a recipe for hate, fear, sadness, suffering. All this external garbage just tears me apart. And so I have no control. The wind picks up. It's dry and hot. The breeze from an open sauna. Coarse sand whips against my face. stinging my cheeks. Crunching grains fly into my mouth. Crunchy. I have my guts out, then sit up to fish my flask out of my pocket. Sand runs down the inside of my shirt and into all the cracks and crevices the human body has to offer. There's no getting away from it out here. Every day I feel sand rub and gnash against my skin. When I walk, all I can focus on are the rashes on my thighs. It sucks, but you get used to it. What's left of the tequila sloshes. Why are you drinking tequila? Around my flask. Departing gift from Ranger Smith that I had found stashed under the couch back in Yosemite. Probably only enough in here for one last swig. At least still get the taste of sand in my mouth. But it's at times like this that I wish I were a park girl. One that has the power to refill my bottles with looking at them. Something mundanely useful like that.
Well, down the hatch it goes.
Despite collecting dust on the bottom shelf of the store and being aged in plastic, it doesn't burn down quite as much as it used to. See? I figured out this trick. Breathe in before shooting it down, then sigh after swallowing. It's like magic. I hiccup. My... that's agave. My agave-scented breath smacks me in the face. Haven't bought a toothbrush or mouthwash since I've been out here. So hopefully it'll kill any bacteria that's crawling in my mouth. Now that this is gone, all I have left is, what, half a handle of evergreen? Hardly enough for a nightcap. Guess I'll have to hit up the general store tomorrow. Hopefully she doesn't bellyache too much about having to take me.
Hey, dumbass! You trying to follow through on that death wish of yours?
Ah, there she is. Hi. My head throbs as her far off yell still manages to crack through my skull. Speak of the devil.
Yeah! And I like to enjoy the process without your screeching, if you don't mind!
She fires up her gun from between the plywood boards covering the shack's window. I feel the sharp breeze as the bullet whizzes past me.
Great aim! Bet you're real proud of that one!
Wasn't aiming for you this time. Now move your ass, pendeja!
Uh-oh, it's going to be one of those nights, huh? What the fuck? I look towards the horizon. Beneath the hazy sunset, a collective of round, misshapen silhouettes hop and roll over the hill. Ah, crap. Not again. This is the fourth wave today.
Where do these things even come from?
She fires off another round. One of the shadows explodes, splintering into dozens of pieces. Rock shards fly in the air, landing at my feet and tossing up the sand. The other silhouette, well, they just pause in the aftermath of fatality. What? Screeching out their battle cry, they topple and roll down the hill, making a dash directly towards me.
Oh, she's really done it now.
I can bring Mimo. You want Mimo? Do you want me? You don't? Do we want Mimo? I can bring Mimo. I can bring Mimo. Oops. Mimo. I stumble to my feet, and the tequila shoots up my throat before I swallow it. Before I swallow it back down. Usually I end up crawling back to our shack, but I guess this time I have to try my hand at walking. One of the monsters leap at me, its black hole eyes and granite teeth closing in to my face. It splits in two. Okay, maybe a light jog. I sway from side to side, my sense of direction guided by the hailstorm of bullets whizzing past me. Stampede of rocks rushes behind me while the earth shakes beneath me.
You little demons! I'll blast you all back to hell! Each and every one of you!
When I'm this dizzy and sloshed, it's hard to make out anything other than her clenched teeth twisted in a grin as she fires off her revolver. At least somebody's getting a good time. I don't look back at the creatures screeching and hollering. Whenever it feels like one is gaining on me, a bullet flies by, followed by a withering death yowl. There's a familiar chip. It's similar to the animalistic yodeling from the things rushing towards the shack, except dopier and slower. Show me that before I got here, one of them planted themselves in front of the shack and never left. Its half-lidded eyes follow me as I stagger by.
Try to hold down the fort, wino!
Ah! A black and purple blur kicks open the door and bolts past me. Her coat flows behind her as she sprints away from the cabin and shoots me at the birds before shooting more of the rocks. The massive stones and boulders curving towards me hurry and give chase, taking the bait with zero complications. If only they knew it made her job easier. All she has to do now is turn around and unload every so often. For as many of them as they are, they can't seem to put their heads together long enough to create a single brain cell. The circus disappears over the horizon along with the dipping of sun. By the time the sound of gunshots and cursing fades away, the other end of the sky is dusky blue. I kneel, but mostly trip down to one knee and inspect the boarded up window. It's completely torn up, singed with bullet holes from that hothead blasting shots through it, no doubt. Now where's that hammer? Right! There it is. Now there's two hammers. I glanced at the piece of 2x4 I was going to use. There's two of that too. And now they're spitting. That's fun. Spitting that only exists to signal to me that I am, in fact, nauseous. Finally, where I want to be. Pretty rad. Great excuse for not giving a shit. You can screech at me for not fixing later. I crawl to my corner and flop onto the seat bag. It's thin, I can feel the texture of the concrete, but not much of a comfort. I peel my face off the bag and stare at the diorama display of the few possessions that I still own. A stack of notebooks that I haven't touched since arriving, and the tiny animal skulls on top of it. Just some rodents and birds. I put a special request in for to my new roommate here, only if she found them lying around. Some of them are mostly just broken shards, might not even be skulls, for all I know. But I've assessed that they are. That's all that matters. The perspective of it all. Other than that, I'm sure I have a few bottles of receipts. This bottle was stuffed away somewhere. I pop my body up and sit down, staring at it. I stare at this a lot. A lot. What kind of death did these little creatures have? Considering the shape of a lot of these are in, it must have been grisly. If there's one, hell, let's say it was the mouse. That curled up, went to sleep, and didn't wake up. But I doubt it. Did they have enough sleep, self-awareness to feel a lack of control when the end came? If a bird get plucked out of the air by a cat, does it keep fighting until it physically can't, or does it eventually accept it's coming? I hope it's the latter. Swimming against the inevitable when the current is so powerful and overwhelming only serves to revive the flame of life that existed. It gets defined by its demise. Let the memory stand as a monument to what it had been, the futility of life, nature, planets, universes. It's the only sacred star-guided anything. Conclusion is the only certainty, and decay is its great reward. Dignity. That's what these critters died with. How everything shouldn't go. Should go. It could be possible. I think it is.
I have no control.
I shut my eyes and take a deep, cleansing breath through my nose.
No wisdom, no power.
Wow. All my belly aching from caring or not caring. The environment, my job, my role. None of this has objective meaning. It's because it's all headed towards the same place.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
It makes me think of Yosemite. For fear of obliteration of personality. Nothing to mark that a person or thing was ever there. It makes me think of how wrong she was. Because if that's the end result of everything that matters, then obliteration is the key. It's destiny. It's liberation. And so,
I have no control.
it's, well, and so,
I have no control.
Can't you drive this thing any faster?
Of course I can, but then I'd be going over the speed limit. Yellowstone, I admire your dedication to traffic laws, but I think the situation warrants it.
We're in the middle of the desert! It doesn't even apply!
you can have to buy a game real quick on Steam in the background. There we go, bought a game bought, Pog.
But I don't want to be irresponsible. If I am, you'll go and yell at me again. I love you, so please don't take offense to me saying this or anything. But if you don't pick up the speed, I'm going to yell at you. Okay. Hang on tight.
What the devil is the matter now?
Just the Yellowstone accelerates the car. One of those boulder vermin jumps in front of us. Too slow to react, Yellowstone rams it down. It scrapes against the bottom of the car as we run over it.
What was that? One of those things from before?
Just how many of them are there?
I look at the rearview mirror. Behind us, a rampaging pack of living, moving rocks are stampeding after us.
I don't think you want to know.
The sun has already set. It's starting to get dark. If this keeps up for too much longer, we won't be able to see them until we're right on top of one. Or there, on top of us. Ah, shit! One cannon through the windshield, crushing the center console. Yellowstone goes pale. I can only think of how close it would have been to my head if it were just a few inches off.
Throw it out! Throw it out!
I'm driving.
Which is why you should be the one to do something!
Yosemite, don't make me unbuckle my seatbelt.
Not the seatbelt! The thing shrieks, a gurgling, shark shriek. It propels itself to at my arm. I lean back in my seat and grab it out of the air. It bites my finger. The granite teeth stop at the bone.
You awful little pebble!
Toss it.
Yellowstone pushes a button to her side, and the side of the car, and the window rolls up, rolls down, rolls up, rolls down. I heave it out the window and pray that it doesn't crash into the outside door. The wind rips it away, tumbling into the other rocks.
Girls, I'm scared. It'll be okay, Yellowstone. Those rocks are so heavy that if we get hit by one, the blunt force trauma will knock us out immediately.
Oh, thank goodness. A quick plunge into nothingness.
I'd rather avoid experiencing nothingness.
Don't worry, you'll get knocked out easily by how fucking heavy it is. Nothing to worry about suffering.
Well, if it's nothingness, then technically you wouldn't be able to experience anything.
Thank you, Yellowstone.
Non-existence is funny that way.
It sure is.
Golly, that's bleak.
It sure is. Despite the direness of our current situation, I'd be lying if I didn't say I was amused about having a conversation like this. At 80, 85, now 90 miles per hour. Sweat could be streaming down my cheeks and wind could be splashing through my hair, but as long as I am surrounded by the individuals I have deemed worthy, perhaps any scenario could be enjoyable in a certain light. With no guarantee of a future, or in this case, the three of us in the vehicle, a past, what else is there to existing than the present we share with those we love? Because I do love them, Zion and Yellowstone. And her too. I love her. There's a fierce tug. At first I think it's Yellowstone mishandling the vehicle, but then I gaze over. Her arms are stick straight and her hands are gripping around the steering wheel. Another tug. My body remains in place, but my essence is being yanked forward. It's a calling. It's an urge. It's knowledge screaming out inside of me, telling me where it is I must go.
Are you girls feeling that too?
You betcha.
It's very strong.
A grim shadow casts itself across Yellowstone's face. She squeezes the wheel tighter. Zion winces at the pressure, as if resisting gravity itself.
We're getting close.
Do we have enough gas left? What if we get stuck out here?
I look at the side mirror. The stampede rocks are kicking up enough dust to blow out the stars.
She has a point. It's not going to end well if we run out of fuel now, of all times.
Beads of sweat trickle down the side of Yellowstone's face. She tries to reassure us with a shaky grin, a trembly thumbs up. Tries.
Don't give it another hoot, holler, or heckle. Old Yellowstone ain't gonna let that happen.
I want to get some snacks. I want to get some. I have cravings for chips. I want to get some chips. I'm gonna be right back. Give me chips. Keep me all company. with ear wiggles. All right, now that we got back, now we got,
You're banned! Got it? Banned!
now that we have chips, let's get back to being gay. I hear the metal clang as she stomps down on the gas pedal. Tires screech. Zion is sent flying back into her seat. The speedometer goes from 90 to 120. We're going so fast that when I look outside, it feels like we're stopping in place, and the rest of the world is zipping by. "15 miles to empty.
Let's burn rubber!
Don't burn the rubber."
Yellowstone, maybe not this fast.
We're coming, Evo!
Her eyes are shut. What the fuck? The steering wheel spins against the grip. What?
Not if you crash, we aren't. Do you even know what you're doing? Yellowstone! Yellowstone!
An entire dumb line goes off from my head. Snares, quads, bass, and cymbals. It's all there, pounding against my skull and yanking me into wakefulness. A wet groan hits my mouth, along with a stream of saliva and a clump of vomit that was clogging my throat. I cough. Well, my cheeks ripple. I feel the wetness of my face laying on a pile of thick yellow, identifiable chunk.
Talk about no control.
Disgusting. Every limb and appendage is sore, like they were all yanked out of their sockets, then shoved back into place. My legs wobble and fold in on themselves the first few times before I can finally make it to my feet. It's dark outside. The shack is darker. How long was I out? It could have been minutes, hours. The way time works out here, maybe even days, decades can melt into millennia. That melt into eternity. That melt back into seconds. Big bang! Big crunch! Rise and dry! Rinse and dry until I'm in the ground. Well, at least I know it doesn't matter. I bend over to fish what's left from the bottle of gin out of the ground. What? What? Oh, certain force shoves me. Eh? I freeze. Then it happens again. First pair of hands pushing me towards the door. Except my body stays anchored in place. And it's my mind that's being pulled away. It's a familiar feeling. Warm, but opposing. Uncompromising.
Yosemite?
God, what are you even saying? It must be the desert. Hellish white canvas of paint, whatever meaning it has once onto, or the lack of grub. Or, duh, the booze. Drink enough tequila and a beautiful garden of blue agave will start sprouting in my liver. Messes with my head. Yeah, that must be it. Except, it happens again. Stronger now. Less of a push, more of a drag.
It can't be.
It's impossible. It's impossible. She's more than 400 miles away from here. They all are. She could never. Not for me. I'm a moody terror. She is an egotistical pain with something to prove. The idea of her doing something like this is totally plausible. Oh god. I break down and follow the urge to the door with all the grace and balance of a cabin boy with amputated legs. Amputated sea legs. I swing open the door and look to the horizon line. The Milky Way hangs in the sky. Glimmering above the cracked ground, the remnants of what used to be a lake. Now all that's left is the grandstand, a sawtooth monolith of rock that watches over this place like it's the guard tower of hell. Nothing. What else did you expect? Before I can turn around and go back inside, an engine roars in the distance. Two headlights peek out of the bend.
No way.
Determined little boogers, ain't ya?
There's some miracle. Yellowstone has managed not to crash. Through some additional miracle, she's also managed to throw off most of those awful rock creatures.
Not to interrupt, because I'm aware of the seriousness of the situation we currently find ourselves in, and I certainly don't want to speak out of turn and distract either of you from the important task at hand, or keep us from
Sweetie, I love you, and I'm not upset. Get on with it!
Yellowstone glares daggers at me. Swords and butter knives, too.
With a please and thank you. Go ahead, cutie pie. They're gaining!
You are. The two rocks that kept up with us pound into the vehicle. My back stiffens with each impact. Come on, we're so close now!
Look! Right there!
I point at the shambles of a building in the distance, illuminated by our headlights, alone in the middle of the desert. Of course she is.
In that hunk of junk?
No, of course.
Well, I guess it does kind of suit her.
They crash into us again. There's a rattle and a clank. The back bumper falls off and kicks up a plume of sand. How is this thing still moving? With a wheezing cough, the engine sputters. Yellowstone and I exchange looks of terror as the speed speedometer drops and the vehicle slows to an unceremonious stop.
Nuh-uh. Nope. Not good.
Ladies, it was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Like insects, the creatures chatter as they propel themselves at us.
Okay, out of the car!
What? You can't get our chain or something?
It's either in here or out there. Take your pick. But I'm not giving up until I give her a piece of my mind.
I swing the door open, slamming into one of the rocks. It tumbles back.
I, for one, welcome Oblivion.
Satan opens her door, it smacks the other rock and sends it flying several feet. With any luck, that should keep these chunks of earth discard busy for a few moments. Yellowstone groans and tepidly steps out of the careful to skirt around this tumbled rock.
Yeesh. Talk about agitating the gravel. These things sure are giving us a run for our money.
She looks down at the rock's dizzy face and smiles.
They're sort of cute, though.
Kind of. Not anymore. It rolls to its center of balance and screeches.
Oh, look at the little teepees. Time to go, Yellowstone! You're gonna get eaten and digested!
By a rock! Sand slips on by and nabs Yellowstone's wrist.
But, they have the neato cute fangs.
just run?
Whoa! The speed of Zion's flying gives Yellowstone no choice but to sprint. Once I'm sure they're gotten a move on, I break into a jog. I swing my arms back and forth, take medium-sized steps, and make sure the land on the soles of my feet, just like all the books said. Zion and Yellowstone catch up to me in under 5 seconds.
How's it hanging, Slow-Simity?
Precious, polite, perfect Zion giggles, hiding it with a delicate hand.
Please do try and keep up, Slow-Simity.
Even you.
They pass me. I can't just let this happen. I am triumphant. I am nature. That's terrifying though. I am terrified.
You can't just leave me behind like this.
Everything I read about running gets shot straight into my mind's discard pile. My steps are now bonding strides. My arms dangle at my sides like a scarecrow. I swallow giant scoops of air. Saliva sticking to my lips. When I catch up, I'm sweating through my clothes. I'm so thankful I didn't wear my jacket to this wretched place.
Exercise is stupid. Running is stupid.
Move those muscles, you Poindexter. We're in the home stretch.
Well, the enthusiasm of a personal trainer, Yellowstone cheers me on with applause. Though, considering the smug grin on her face, I get the impression she finds my predicament more entertaining than anything.
Is this amusing to you?
Man, you've got no idea.
You should know by now that whatever you put into the world always comes back to you.
It has to be the liquor. It has to be the liquor. Must have drank enough for it to finally reach my eyes. It's gonna drown my pupils and give me one last sensation before I finally go blind. But as the headlights get closer, it only feels more and more real. It's a beefy SUV, the kind I used to drive back around in Yosemite. Please tell me they didn't steal one. It comes to a slow, painful stop. 2 stones emerge from the darkness and throw themselves into the car before both getting whacked in the face with doors. Yosemite steps out on the passenger seat. Oh god. They actually did. Sam floats to the car next. Yellowstone follows. It's hard to make out their faces, and they're all wearing clothes more suited for the desert than their usual get-ups. But it's them. I know it's them. The stones wake up from their short naps and give chase. Zion glides. Yellowstone runs behind her. Assuming lags behind, she briefly jogs before entirely giving up on such stupid notions. Like pacing herself, or form. Instead, she sprints like a drunken ragdoll. My heart stops, even though they're running, they're going so slow. They're all yelling at each other, screaming and laughing. I guess things haven't changed too much, huh, guys? How are things? Is Jesse doing well? Does Yosemite still sit at the table every morning and read? Is Yellowstone's food still a hard attack on the palate? Hopefully Zion's not too loony without Pup to play with anymore. I can't believe you. No. Not at all. Without your grace, power, and knowledge, I can't believe you morons would bring these stupid rocks directly at me! I actually had a first glimpse of her. Standing outside a tumbled down shack that looks like it could collapse on her if she so much as breathed wrong. Jaw loose, mouth open, she gawks at us as if she's seeing us for the first time. Come to think of it, it was at night when we first met. Yes, I remember it well. She tried to shoot me, twice, But more than the attempted bullet to the skull, what I remember most about her that night is how sad she looked. Hiding in a corner, on the verge of tears. Now I'm sure we're practically to blame for those, but there was a hopelessness there, a hopelessness I noticed then every day after. Looking at her now, her hair done in a floppy ponytail, dirt caked to her skin, and stains painted her clothes, I still see a helplessness there. I see more vividly than I ever have before. Eve Adams, I'm going to fix what the war has done to you. The three of us are only a yard away from the shack now. I run ahead of the others, and then I'm within touching distance. But so are those doofy rock muppets. I'm afraid they take a slightly bigger priority in the moment. There's even one sitting on top, not too far from the shack, just staring at us. Is it sleeping? Dad? Doesn't even matter as long as it's not chasing us.
Don't just stand there, do something!
Eve wakes up from whatever waking coma she's in and stumbles into action. What on earth happened to her coordination?
Crap. All right, hurry up and get inside.
Yellowstone and Zion are the first ones in.
Howdy-o, Evo.
Hello, Miss Eve.
Shut the door, shut the door, shut the door!
She slammed it just in time for me to slip through. The rocks pounded the door, plowing it hard enough for the chunks of wood to come off with each impact.
Wood, hammer, nails. In that order. Stat!
Similar to how Ant can carry 10 times weight, Zion drags over a stiff board of plywood from the other side of the room. Yellowstone always wanted to be prepared. Digs a hammer and a nail out of her head and stares at Yellowstone. Eve stares at Yellowstone's opened hand for just a second too long and takes it instead. I take it instead, I swear. You think she would be used to it at this point. The rocks continue to throw themselves at the door, splintering it into pieces. Eve takes the wood and presses it against the door.
Yosemite! On it!
The rocks are heavy and their damage is significant, but Eve is strong enough to resist their force as I hammer the wood into place. One of the monsters screeches as it realizes brute force alone isn't going to do the trick this time. Need rest now. Even I collapse and slide against the door, side to side. Our breath, heavy and tattered, heaves in and out in unison. We're close enough for me to feel her clammy skin against mine, which is fine, I'm just sweaty. Even at night, it appears as if the desert heat just doesn't let up.
Idiot.
The words can hardly squeeze out my dry throat. Hold on. What'd you say I was?
What? Me? You're the idiot!
How dare she steal my words? I'm planning to call her that an idiot the moment I saw her since we left the park. This is theft.
Explain to me how I'm the idiot in this situation.
You brought those things straight to my shelter! Straight to me!
A shelter? Honey, I hate to break it to you, but this structure is barely standing. It may as well be your tomb. Furthermore, I wasn't even aware that these things existed until half an hour ago. My conscience is clear. It's so clean. It sparkles, glimmers.
You are so full of it! Even if you didn't know, I would have thought that the personification of a national park was aware of the fact that, imagine this, the wilderness could be dangerous!
And I would have thought that an angsting, bureaucratic goon so tied up in paperwork and her own indulgent journaling would have been self-absorbed enough to at least write a note or a letter for those she was leaving behind.
I mean, for there to be more bite, more venom. But not even halfway through, my voice breaks apart, and my words lose any power they may have contained. I don't try to fight the tears.
You just left when I needed you.
She opens her mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Her expression is loose, and her eyes are unfocused and glossy. Is this version of her equipped to process this?
Not even a catch you later, alligator. You just up and poofed.
I wanted to talk, you know, about Pup.
Brave little Zion. She and that fur ball were stuck together like glue. Her loss has been completely overshadowed by the rest of our drama. Yet she's cutting straight to the core of her pain. No phony, half-hearted arguments here. Maybe it's Zion's earnestness, the willingness to be honest, that finally connects, or perhaps it's just the mention of the coyote. Whatever it is, it's enough to break through Eve's fog.
Don't talk to me about that. I already know it was my fault.
You're right. It was. You were careless. You thought you were special enough to disregard common sense. People ended up hurt because of what you did. And you killed my friend because of it.
Zion steps forward, her tiny body looms over us both. The dim lighting of the room shines against her back, casting a large shadow over Eve.
So I want you to make up for it.
Zion smiles, the shadow seems less dark. She extends both hands to one to me, one to Eve.
And come home.
I grab hold of her and lift myself up with no hesitation.
Yeah, it's been a total downer without ya.
I recollect myself and, with a single sniff,
I expect you to make the right choice.
Eve only stares, first at Zion's hand, then at Zion herself. She brushes her hand away.
Thanks for coming to see me.
She stumbles over onto one knee and balances herself out by climbing to her other foot. Watching her try to stand is embarrassing.
I'm not much for the gushy stuff, but
She drifts to the three of us and swings her arms around me and Yellowstone. A shiver sizzles down my spine when her fingers touch my skin. Zion floats up to Yellowstone's shoulder to get in on the rare moment of affection.
I really have missed you guys.
Her voice shakes so when she says it. So she really means it, huh? She's always tried to hide her feelings, although she was never any good at it. Her being open like this is a victory. I'll relish it for now. I lean my head against her. My eyes water. Not because of any swelling of emotion. Oh no! Wouldn't that be nice? Because I'm pressed against her. It's because it's becoming excruciatingly obvious to me.
P.U., Eve, you reek! What's the last time you showered, girl?
Zion pinches her nose.
I apologize, Miss Eve, but it's true. You're quite stinky.
I'm going to gag.
You're a bunch of drama queens.
She lifts her collar and smells inside of it.
See? Don't smell a thing.
Of course you don't. You live in this filth.
What are we going to do?
Any ideas, Evo?
Wait.
Die, I guess.
The door is torn off its hinges, and two rocks stand at the entrance, snarling and snobbering. The four of us, huddled together in the darkness of the room. I shield Zion and Yellowstone. They will have to tear through me first. They launch themselves through the air. I shut my eyes tight. There we go. Two shots ring out. There's a She walks in the ground. I open my eyes, they're both been split open vertically, now lifeless on the dirt.
Took you long enough?
How about you show a little gratitude? I could have let them bludgeon you to death. I've seen it happen.
A pair of boots walk over the collapsed door, spurs jingling with each step, every stomp.
Should have told me you were gonna have company, Freckles. Could have boarded the place up all nice and good. Could have hunkered down and get to know each other a little. The works.
It was a surprise to me, too. Didn't know they were coming until I felt it.
Uh-huh.
Says it matter of factly, as if knowing the reason behind before Eve even needed to give it. Between words, she chews on something in the corner of her mouth. It can't be tobacco, because whatever it is, this barbarian is nomming on, I can hear it crunching between her teeth. With a flourish, she reloads her gun, still smoking from the firefight. She spits into the six pebbles into the whole of the chamber. There's a tingling across my entire being the very moment I set eyes on this woman. Her platinum hair twirled to the bouncy drills. A brooding cowboy hat and cloak just reinforced that I instinctively know. She's not made of the same stuff as Eve. Her entire essence, every speck of stardust on her atoms, was unconsciously manufactured into her. She's like me.
Gunslinger. Rootin' tootin'.
Yellowstone's hand stepped aside, gawking as the woman walks closer.
Eve, would you care to explain to me who this is?
Who am I?
She launches her gun and gets in close enough for the brim of her stupid large hat to graze my forehead.
I'm the demigod of this park, Cupcake. Now who the hell are you?
Oh! I hate her! But she did say for us, if she is who I think she is, then knowing her is important. Knowing her is something I need. I presented a stiff hand for her to shake.
You mean spirit, not demigod. Death Valley, I presume. It's exciting to meet you. I'm Yose-
I know who you are. Other than grateful.
Why is she so much bigger than everyone else? Or not. It just looks like it. No, Death Valley just looks like Death Valley looks huge compared to everyone else in terms of her image. Why is her silhouette so huge? She slaps my hand and squats down to Zion's level.
I could feel it the second you entered my land. You too, Shrimpy.
Hi. Bite her, Zion! Bite her! But alas, Zion bashfully glances away and flutters her wings. Something she's always done with Ninmervis, as far as back as I can remember, and probably before.
Hello. Howdy, cowboy. What about me?
Yellowstone pokes her on the back and waits like a patient fan in line for an autograph.
Whoa!
Death Valley tumbles onto her backside in shock and gazes up at Yellowstone.
Jesus Maria, Jose y Mateo y Marcos y Lucas y Juan.
We get it!
You're swearing! You're surprised!
What the hell is that?
Okay, I like that. That's
We
funny.
get it!
I like this animation. But here she goes.
Jesus Maria,
We get it!
what the hell
Objection!
is that?
We get it!
Objection!
We get what? We get
Dude,
we get
dude, wait.
we get it! We get what the we get what we get it!
Wait a second. Let me just do this real quick and then just have fun for a minute. Look at her go. Look at her go. She's having fun. She's having fun. Anyways. She was at Yellowstone's volcano. Her hat must have fallen off in the scuffle. Yellowstone blinks in innocent reaction to an overstated sentiment. Then the realization sets in. The grief of knowing her newfound hero is repulsed by her entire existence.
Rude? I know it ain't normal, but you don't gotta be a jerkwad about it.
Cece, that's great.
But what is it?
It's a geyser volcano head, duh.
So much so to comfort her sobbing friend. Eve glares at me with quiet spite. She tries to glance away and hide it, but I can feel it sneering into me.
Oh, get that look off your face. We'll talk about it later.
No, we won't. There's nothing to talk about.
We'll see about that.
Death Valley watches an exponential terror as the geyser umbrellas over Yellowstone's head.
You keep weird company.
No kidding.
Ah ha 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 ha, you're weird.
I have no control.
Control isn't wisdom.
No wisdom, no power.
Wisdom isn't power. Power isn't control.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
These things feed on into each other. The delusion, true delusion, is spending years trying to chase them. Only to lie to yourself and believe that you aren't, because you have the superpower of knowledge to acknowledge their inherent harm. But I still had authority. Goofy hat, shiny badge. A desire to assert myself as the arbiter of a mortal land management and recreation. As if there's a proper way to exist in nature. A proper way to feel it.
Ah, the arrogance of it all. Quite telling, don't you think, Miss Ranger?
I open my eyes. The corpse of the raven is still lying on the rolled up cloth alongside his other deceased friends, looking a little mushier than he did yesterday. He's decaying, but I give him a voice anyway.
Former. Goes through at the end of the week. And when it does, Miss Ranger will be just like you, Mr. Raven. Dead. Deceased. Rotting. Fighting off the dance of Rigor and his mistress, Mortis.
Terrific way to hop around the question, Ranger ma'am. Obfuscation is the sincerest form of cowardice, after all. Tippity-toppity, hippity-hoppity.
Caw! Hear, hear! Caw!
Cottontail, whose tail and back feet were missing when I got her, decided it's time for her to chime in too. I give her a high, squeaky voice because that's what she sounds like. Mr. Raven, that brown-nosing scavenger, decides he needs to agree.
What else do you want me to do? This place not good enough for you? Should I go sit at the bottom of the ocean? Is that what penance looks like?
The aesthetics of penance. Definitely, maybe, perhaps I'm just an insecure and chronically unsatisfied mousy lad. Speak, speak.
Oh, so now the rat decides to stop.
Ah! Here, here. Ah! Tippity hoppity, toppity hippity. Your insights are unmistakable, mousy lad.
Will you all just shut up? You're not telling me anything special. This is not the guidance I come to this council for.
Something blots out the sun. With any luck, it's another asteroid. I look up only to be disappointed by Death Valley's flat judgment.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Everything! A dead Chikwala lizard dangles from her hand by the tail. She's just a metal detector except for dead things. Must be one of her weird park girl things. I cut my hands together and lift them up. She sighs and drops the lizard on top of the other corpses I have lined up. Great. Now they're all crooked.
You did that on purpose.
Cheeks over the empty bottle of Everclear I have sitting next to me. Gin starts to trickle out. I pick it up before I lose any more.
Was planning on going into town anyway. Don't get grumpy when it's time.
Got manners or what? You shouldn't be so flippantly flappable about expecting favors from an honest-to-me demigod.
Does that mean yes?
It means I'm the protector of this realm, and I'll toss you a bone whenever I damn well please. You even know how much junk I gotta... Ay, Dios. Gotta be kidding me.
Stops and draws her gun. My ears ring as she fires 3 shots at the hill. A stone crumbles into dust.
Yes, my cono, hellspawn! Anyway, I forgot what wisdom I was delivering a couple seconds ago. But I'm sure it was valuable.
Was worth its weight in lead.
She bonks me on the head with her revolver. Not hard, but the metal makes sure a bump will be there later.
Ay, why'd I even bother saving your ass if all you could do is mouth off? Can't you do something more interesting?
Like die?
Claro, it'd be something. You should go out in a blaze of glory, though. More interesting way to reach Valhalla than boozing.
Not wrong.
You're a real pal.
Not wrong though, Death Valley. That is a better way to get Valhalla than boozing away your depression.
Don't mention it.
Death Valley squats down, her cloak dragging on the ground as she wraps an arm around me.
Might want to say buenos dias to your besties over there, though. Been gawking at you for the last 20 minutes.
She sticks her thumb out behind us. Yellowstone and Zion are poking their heads out of the shack, either failing to be sneaky or wanting to get caught.
If they want to talk, they'll come.
Hey, I get it. Initiative's hard.
With all the suaveness that I'm sure she believes she has, Death Valley fires off finger guns at Yellowstone and Zion.
Just tell the amateurs to stay out of trouble. I got a weird feeling about today.
She changes her gun for a pair of binoculars from inside her cloak, staring into them as she walks in the direction of the hill. Does she even know where she's going?
Keep those ojos peeled.
Peeling them right now. Peeling. She reminds me of some of Crank's dad. She reminds me of the kind of Crank's dad used to bring around. Always in camo and prepping for the end of times. They owned lots of equipment, but I'm not sure I ever saw any of them use it. With enough bluster, anyone can be an action hero, I guess. When she's far enough for me, and not to be worried about being judged, I straighten my dead buddies and set Lizzie, the Chihuahua lizard down at the very end.
Enjoying the company, Lizzie?
I wait for her response. Nothing. Oh yeah, lizards don't make sounds. Of course she doesn't say anything. Zion's meek voice stutters behind me. My shoulders slump and suddenly I don't feel like giving voices to the rotting animals anymore. Go figure. I glance over my shoulder. Zion is hiding behind Yellowstone's legs. Yellowstone is hiding behind a grimace.
Howdy-o, Eve. This place sure don't waste any time getting hot, huh? It ain't even noon yet, and I'm already a puddle.
Glad to see Yellowstone hasn't changed. Really, I am. She's nothing if not reliably herself. Always the first to check up on someone else. Not sure if the others even realize she's the one holding that cabin together. Still, she's as obvious as ever.
What did I tell you three this morning? I'm not going back. Sorry.
Yeah, we kind of figured you'd say that since you're so set on always being so stubborn and all. And unreasonably bullheaded. Oh, that's a good one. I'm steal it. Thanks. I call her that in my head all the time.
It's nothing that isn't true.
I hit what's left of the bottle, hardly even half an ounce. Yellowstone and Zion go silent as I wash down the taste of bile and finish with a gulp. Tremors spasm through my hand. I grip the bottle until my knuckles go pale and I'm steady once more. It's only a matter of time. Despite doing my best to ration in these last few days, it hasn't been nearly enough to keep the beast tamed. Not with how much I usually throw back. If I don't get properly wasted sometime in the next couple hours, I'm going to start feeling those withdrawal symptoms. Let's see if I finally let it go long enough to kill me this time.
Oh. Done.
I spin my pitching arm and toss the bottle. It shatters into 1,000 glittering shards in impact.
Better clean that up, borracha!
I've got it.
Yeah, whatever, Shrimpy.
Zion flaps her wings and glides over to the mess I've made. She drops to her knees and begins the process of picking every piece up. And one by one, she counts them along to herself.
Probably shouldn't have done that. I need the recycling money.
Yellowstone answers with a frown.
What? I would have picked it up. I'm not an animal. God.
After years of screeching at college kids for not picking up their junk, I wouldn't just give myself a pass. Even if I am only a few days away from not being a ranger anymore.
Mind if I pop a squat?
I don't mind anything. Too much stress for the inevitable result.
Oh, I can dig it. As they say, too much thinking is a thunk too much.
It's the first turning of the wheel.
She hunkers down next to me, rests for a second, then scoots in close to me. Her hands are wrapped around her knees, locked in a chain. Despite being surrounded on all sides by brown, sloping hills and jagged mountains, sitting here is like sitting in emptiness. The ground is weathered and white, mud dried out by the sun until cracks formed, splintering everything into a polygon-shaped checkerboard. Sometimes I try to count all the cracks. I never get too far. My brain always sizzles under the heat of the sun until counting comes too much effort. The heat doesn't seem to deter Zion, though. Yellowstone and I watch her in the distance, listening as she counts the 36 flash shards she's picked up. Then 37. The warm breeze whispers past us. It kisses my cheek. I breathe out in relief and notice a wheeze that hasn't been there before.
Eve,
Hmm?
what's with the dead critters?
They're friends, duh.
I saw the bones inside, too. You ain't...
Her voice takes an uncertain tone. The path of implication.
Of course not. You should know me better than that.
Should I?
Phew, thank goodness. Had me worried there for a sec.
I have Death Valley bring them to me.
Oh, and does she?
Nah, you're already dead when she finds them.
And do you think they just look neato, or what?
Neato, huh? I guess they do look neat. All stiff and empty. But that's not the reason. Not entirely.
I wonder...
I should save. Wow. I only got 3 saves last chapter. Look at me go. What the fuck?
Come on, Eve. You can blab to me about it.
Can you? Concern lurks under the happy smile she tries to force. I guess I can tell her. It's just Yellowstone. She never said, yeah, especially during the without a voice. It was like, save, god dang it! Opens the menu. She doesn't say. I know she hasn't saved at all during the whole fucking run, the 1.5 run she did. I was like, bruh, save.
It's because dead things have power.
Huh?
She keeps smiling like she's expecting me to follow up with a punchline.
I mean, you're not even human, so you probably feel it more than us. Hell, maybe you girls can even see it, I don't know. It's energy. No doubt about it. It just radiates off it, you know?
Yellowstone's smile begins to droop. Maybe it's because she gets it too. She knows that I know what she knows, which we should all know. What am I listening in the background? Zion's still counting the pieces of glass. 64, 65, 66. I make sure to quiet my voice for this next part.
I first noticed it when I had to put Pup down. For a while, I just sort of looked at him. And I realized I had never felt anything so conclusive up until that point. In a way, it was like seeing liberation was possible. So, when I came here, I started looking for that feeling again. It feels the strongest when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. After a while, it's easy to peel them. For the skeleton.
VA, where'd you go?
It feels the strongest when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun.
I don't have any
After a
power.
while,
Where's
it's
where'd the VA go?
for the skeleton.
Where'd the VA go? I don't have any control over most of the terrible things that happen to me, to others, or the land. I never had to change it, but I can bring out that feeling of conclusion. Because it's inevitable, in a way. That's power.
So maybe I can absorb some of it for myself. Then I won't just bring about conclusion. I can be conclusion.
I've been staring into Lizzie. The Chuckwalla lizard's dull, lefthless eyes. I'm not sure if it was staring at her beautiful leather skin or if it was just getting all this off my chest. But I'm smiling. Yellowstone is not smiling. She's staring, eyes wide and pale, her mouth is open, but she's not saying anything. Weird. Yellowstone and I turn away from each other and look ahead to Zion. 81, 82.
Eve, you need to come home.
I don't really need anything.
No, you do. And it ain't here.
I know it ain't.
She sniffles. Most people dab their eyes when they cry. Yellowstone dabs her head.
This place is good for me, Yellowstone.
I smile. It's not something I can usually do consciously, but I've been trying to force myself more, and I think she needs it.
I can rest here.
93, 94. All done.
Zion finishes picking up all the pieces, waves at us.
It ain't rest you're looking for, and you know it.
Smoke starts to pilfer out of her volcano. I feel bad for getting her all worked up, but everything I've said is the truth. As close to it as I've come. Our resident guardian angel notices, and if we're talking about inevitable conclusions, Zion zips over to comfort Yellowstone. Zion zipping over to comfort Yellowstone will always be one of them.
Try to calm down, Yellowstone.
She dumps the shards of glass in Yellowstone's head, then floats down to hug her from behind.
I know it's hard, but if anyone is going to get her to come back, it's not going to be us.
Yellowstone goes limp. The smoke petals out, and all that's left is the flare up. All that's left of the flare up is Zion clinging on tightly.
I know. We just gotta trust Yosemite.
That's right.
Zion looks at me in the eye. Very cheeky, kid.
It has to be her.
She's going to give it a shot, at least. Even if I tell her no, she'll still try. The second she entered this park, it was destined to end in a standoff to see who can assert themselves as the most correct.
Where is the princess, anyway? Still getting her beauty sleep?
She doesn't need beauty sleep, because Yosemite is naturally beautiful, Eve.
Sam blows me a raspberry. But what is with these two on one combativeness today? They made a choice. They need to respect it.
Your snotty friend went for a walk. Had me blast a few stones for her so she could do it in peace. Told her there'd be more of them, but did she
No, of course not.
She'd never do that.
She's more of a talker than a listener.
Ah, so I've learned. Pretty irritating for a demigod.
I'm sure she'll come running back here once those things realize she's out and about.
The smoke puffing out of Yellowstone's head dissipates, turning a light gray before stopping entirely.
You mean those boulder buddies, right? Boulder buddies? Boulder buddies?
Death Valley's eyes look like they're going to roll out of the back of her head from rage.
Now you've done it.
Listen here, Craterhead.
She stomps over to Yellowstone, hunching over her like a dead, crooked tree. Zion must sense her bloodlust because she scoots away.
Those things ain't your buddies. Or did you forget your encounter from last night?
No siree. Last night I had even more frightmares and nightmares than usual.
Good. Let it be a lesson.
But I gotta be real with you, Sheriff. The more I look at them, the less scared I am. They're just so gosh darn cute.
I can understand Yellowstone's perspective. If they weren't so murderous, I think I'd want to play with one.
I like how Death Valley is pointing at Eve's head. Due to the image map, the sprites they've used. And that's the shocked sprite, where her fucking hand is extended into Eve's fucking head.
You're kidding!
I don't know. They've got those frozen faces. It's terrifying enough to wrap back around to being cute. Like a cat with no hair.
Yeah. I need to get more water. You're back. Out the mic. I agree. These boulder buddies. They remind me of Sky. They remind me of Sky, Children of Light. Don't they? They remind you of Sky, too, Possum.
Ay, cállate. I don't want to hear it out of you too. Those stones are ravenous little beasties who bash your brains out the second they lay their eyes on you. I remember this one hiker. Poor bastard was unlucky enough to be caught up in their annual migration to the basin.
Death Valley continues on her horrific story. Every time she tells it, she, which has at least been once every day since I've gone here, revels in the gory details. She must have 1,000 ways to describe gray matter. Yellowstone ignores her, instead glancing around until she finds what she's looking for.
And I told him to stay where he was, but the panic must have...
What about that fella?
She points the stone positioned in the front of the cabin, about 200 yards away. I was wondering when they would finally notice him.
Transcended garden gnome.
It's not! Don't you dare refer to Cerberus that way.
Cerberus.
Cerberus? Like the guard dog?
A crescent moon grin spreads across Death Valley's thin face.
That's right, Shrimpy.
Here we go again.
The guardian of my hellish realm! All who wish to enter this space must pass through him or die in the process.
Ah. A Chunibyo.
His ferocity? Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask. His ferocity? Unmatched! 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 His compassion, you may ask. You fool! He knows not the first thing about it!
What's it? What's it?
Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask. You fool! He knows not the first thing about it! And yet, I've somehow managed to tame this here beast. It answers at my call, heeds my every command!
She coughs. A sheet of plywood falls off the cabin.
Cerberus!
Cerberus sleepily turns himself towards us. His beady eyes are half closed. This is the most he's moved in weeks.
Roar!
There's a delay. I count 10 in my head. He unleashes his roar, if ain't me barely audible from this distance. Most of it is obscured by wind.
There's no better duo than a demigod and her beast!
So she's a Chunibyo. Death Valley gives a proud cackle. I'm used to it at this point. But Zion wrinkles her nose at the spectacle. If there's anything Death Valley likes, it's spectacle. Even if it only exists in whatever reality she's occupying.
So what you're saying is that his name is Cerberus.
Death Valley might have her theatrics, but Yellowstone has parodies.
How about you take the wax out of your ears and actually listen to what I say?
You're not saying anything. He's never done anything but sit there and get pushed around by other stones.
Shut your trap or I sick him on you! Cerberus is a monster fueled by the screams of the damned!
Cerberus is a pretty goofy name if you ask me.
I didn't!
He should have a name that suits him. Something a little groovier.
The inside of Yellowstone's head glows red with inspiration. That's a first.
By gum, I've got it! We'll call him Dwayne.
Leon puts her finger to her chin.
Dwayne the Rock.
Thanks for spelling it out for us.
I like it.
Thanks for spelling out the joke, Zion. Deathfly's rage spasms through her muscles.
How dare you! You can't just enter a demigod's realm and start renaming her minions!
Aw, don't be like that, cuz.
Don't call me that.
Besides, I think Dwayne's way spiffier than Cerberus.
It ain't spiffy! It's just downright unethical! My minion! My Cerberus!
For what it's worth, I actually agree with Death. Cerberus is dark, it's moody, it's metal. Yellowstone, of all people, should know. It's dope AF. God, why did I say that?
Well, why don't we go ask him and see how he feels?
Yellowstone hops up, does a little twirl, because everything is a performance, and skips over to Cerberus.
Oh yeah! What are you up to?
I'm gonna ask him!
Don't you dare! He's a savage and dangerous beast who...
And I'm gonna pet him!
No!
She stops in front of the docile rock, her hand planted against her waist.
Hiya!
Cerberus raises himself and slowly blinks at her.
Name's Yellowstone. I'm like your prickly pal over there, but you probably already knew that, huh?
Don't let that freak patronize you, Cerberus!
Death yells across the empty clearing of desert. Cerberus turns himself to look at her, yawns, then turns back to look at Yellowstone. That process takes about 45 seconds. Yellowstone hunches over and smiles at him.
She keeps calling you that, but you don't seem like a Cerberus to me.
I'm pretty sure Death just choked on her spit.
Oh,
He responded.
Right? It don't suit you one bit. You're a lover, not a fighter. Like me. Except when I'm steamed.
Her voice darkens.
When I'm angry, I destroy.
She pats him on the head. I think it's his head.
Say, you're a pretty good listener.
Hmm?
Would you mind if I start calling you Dwayne?
Cerberus, the sleepy stone with moss growing on him, gives a chirp. Something more of a swing than a spring than a petrified rock. He bounces up and down. Each time he hits the ground, a cloud of dust puffs up beneath him. Goodbye, Cerberus. I rather knew you.
Yo! He says he's chill with being Dwayne now.
Quit acting like you can understand him!
You don't need to know what they're saying to understand someone. Sometimes you just feel it.
Zion floats away to join Yellowstone in bestowing many pets and praises upon Dwayne.
Dwayne, I just want to let you know, I would die for you. I would keel over and kick the bucket 1,000,000 times.
Goodness, Yellowstone. You mustn't say things like that. It's too sad. That said, I would kill for Dwayne.
jeez, Lizzie. Can you believe these two? Making friends with a literal rock.
Says you. Death twirls her head around and gazes down upon me. Veins press against her forehead. Her mouth purses into a grimace that digs so deep into her cheekbones that I wouldn't be surprised if the imprint remained there for centuries.
What?
She kicks sand in my face. Spooky!
Wait! Time out!
I gasp, I exhale, I gasp, I exhale, I gasp. I hold the breath and it numbs the sting in my lungs. I'm going to exhale. The exertion is awful. The dispersion of energy is truly a fatal flaw of all life. And if I am real, and I am here, and I am in pain, then the unfortunate conclusion of all this is that I, too, am flawed. Yet, despite my internal admission of imperfection, a bitter lesson that I have been repeatedly forced to learn, my external pleas of mercy, these dreadful rock goblins continue to pursue me.
Leave me alone!
I flee across the desert, the mobile boulder falling in an endless expansion of rock and sand bellowing together, in a void devouring all sense of time, and for all I know, I may have been running for hours. Between wheezing, I glance at the position of the sun. It's hardly moved to the left. Ah! So I'm just pathetic! All I wanted was to go on a simple walk. Eve had made her position on going home quite clear, but entirely unexpected. Not entirely unexpected, but a big enough of a setback for me to strategize further. A walk somewhere unfamiliar and exciting seemed a great opportunity to clear my head. Not just so I could figure out what exactly is going on with this impulsive driven brain of hers, but so I could also determine how to help her move forward. How could we do it together? But as I was wandering up and down the dunes and inspecting ancient rocks formations, with only my scattered thoughts for company, I realized Eve doesn't want to be together. She doesn't want to be with anyone. All she wants is to be alone. To not be forced to engage and confront these issues. A stipulation, I'm sure a brute like her new roommate is more than happy to abide by. Death Valley is the lowest elevation in the entire country, with the highest temperatures of the whole continent, short of banishing herself to the wilderness of Alaska. This is as isolated as from society as she can get. If isolation is what she wants, then fine. I'll make sure she gets it by creating opportunity to drag her off alone somewhere. Then and only then, with that girl talk. Otherwise, it's too easy for her to ignore. Except when I anger her, and she has plenty to say when I do that. That is all, of course, assuming I can actually make it back. So that takes 3 leaps and close the distance between us in half.
Do that?
At the dip of the horizon, I see the cracked ground of the racetrack, the ancient and dried out lake that Eve and Death Valley have claimed as their own.
Oh, thank goodness!
The barbarian will take care of this. One shot from a revolver and these things explode in dozens of pieces. What are those bullets even made of, anyway? I propel my fragile body forward until the cabin, and 4 familiar blips appear in the distance. Their bodies blurring between the lines of the heat wave.
Hey! I would greatly appreciate some...
It nips me in the heel!
Oh god! Okay, alright! Help!
The closer I get, the clearer they all become. Death Valley shields the sun with her hand and zeroes in on me. It's hardly audible, but I see her tilt her head back and cackle.
What'd I tell you would happen, pendeja? Oh, serves you right!
Brought in the cavernous salt mines of Hades, you larping degenerate!
You can make it, Yosemite! Ditto! Just don't look down! Yellowstone, you only say that when they're somewhere high up! That makes sense, but why are we still yelling? Because I don't want Yosemite to feel left out in the conversation!
Girls! Please!
Oh god. Oh god, her poor throat. Oh god. I can hear the fucking gravel in that. The grasping, oh god. Oh god. Oh god, the poor VA. Oh shit. Jesus fucking Christmas. Why are they like this? All of them need to fix their priorities before that my feet fall off.
Someone help her! That thing's getting close!
Hold on. I want to see it play out.
Bitch.
What's happening?
Eve staggers to her feet. tosses herself to Death Valley and shoves her off out of the way, stealing her revolver out of her holster.
You wanna die? Quiet! I need to focus.
Struggling to balance on her feet, Eve extends her arms and points the gun at me. What is she even? Oh no.
Might wanna duck! Or something!
You better not miss!
Almost in the clear, almost in the clear, almost in the clear! I dive. The last thing I see before skidding across the ground is Eve flinching from the recoil. A loud cracks through the air. There's a yelp and silence. The ground cuts and tears my skin, and the thin layer of pebble scattering across my body offer only the slightest of protection. I skid to a stop. Then I feel my face off the ground. I am face to face with another rock. Oh well. Please, no, not another one.
Howdy-o, Yosemite. Don't mind Dwayne. He ain't gonna hurt ya.
He's a friend.
Hi.
Death Valley saunters over. She looks stupid while doing it. Then she takes a knee and smirks. She looks even stupider doing that.
Have a nice stroll, Cupcake.
Do you ever shut up?
Yeesh, talk about the pot and the kettle.
Lay off. She's mine to criticize. Besides,
Eve shoves the revolver into Death Valley's chest. She turns up her nose despite offering me her hand.
she can dish it out, but she can't take it.
How gross. You're trying to look cool, towering over me like you're pretending you're actually tall. Acting all annoyed. Well, you aren't cool. You're objectively a tryhard. But because I know that, I will offer the extremely ironic gesture of accepting your hand. It'll be a laugh riot to me, personally. Because I will understand how awkward you look. It will be one of my thousands of little inside jokes about you. The ultimate revenge. I take your hand and thus single-handedly creating post-irony.
I don't dish out anything that isn't true.
And criticism of you isn't?
I didn't say that.
She stares.
But I also didn't imply that it wasn't. Don't go thinking they're all valid.
But please don't go thinking I'm aware of them either.
You act like such a princess.
Eve stops herself. Lets the sentence die right there on her tongue.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Glad you're okay. Be more careful.
Did she just fold? She doesn't fold. She wouldn't dare.
Excuse me. What exactly do you mean by this?
What we were just doing. What we always do. Don't need it.
Doesn't need it? I don't want to hear that. The time we spent together was never damaging. Was it? Was that part of why she left? I thought it was helpful. I thought it was us helping each other.
Hey, Death. I'm going into town. Have it ready by the time I'm back.
Maybe I won't. Maybe you don't tell me what to do.
Thanks.
She turns around and starts with the cabin. No, I know what it was. What it all meant. It wasn't always easy, but it wasn't bad. I will not let her delude herself into thinking everything until now was a mistake. She doesn't get the privilege.
Hold it. If you're going into town, then I'm coming with you. You can finally tell me what these rocks are.
Eve glances over her shoulder and scoffs. Without saying another word, she walks away. Stubborn to her core.
If that's all you want to know, I can teach you.
Death Valley slithers over to my side and tries to wrap an arm around my shoulder. I dodge.
Teach me what?
About the sailing stones? You know, the things you keep pissing off?
Sailing stones. I read an article about them once.
Eve is my top priority, but I must admit, I'm more than a little intrigued by the things that have been trying to murder us since we got here.
A pond forms in the lake bed that freezes overnight. When it starts to melt, the ice pushes any rocks or boulders in its way. It's a phenomenon that only occurs here in this park.
Freckles did say you know little about a lot.
Eve said that about me? I wonder what else she talked about.
Well, what does this have to do with the goblins chasing us around? I mean, real sailing stones aren't actually alive.
Who knows? The Hellspawn version of them used to be scattered around. But a couple of years ago, some eggheads caught the real stones moving on camera. Flash forward a few weeks, and it was like the whole damn park had been overrun.
Oh, it is cognition.
That would align with what I read in the article.
You and all the fleshy meatbags walking around out there, living their lives, reading, doing meatbag stuff.
Hold on.
That means they're correlated?
Probably. People got thoughts about you and me. That's why we're here. People got thoughts about them too. You, me, Shrimpy, and Freak Show over there? We're like a beacon for those things. Freckles too, on account of who she chooses to spend her time with.
Think about it for a moment. It does all piece together. The stones obviously aren't natural, so they most likely come from the same place as us. And before she left us, Eve had been starting to feel things, experience things that she shouldn't. Here I was, chalking it up to synchronicity.
Of course, I'm more like a book zapper than a beacon. Sacred duty, you know.
Right? Maybe she will manifest it. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully. We got Mimos we got Mimos here, right? Like this one. This one here. Is that what isolation causes? Delusion? Would I have been like this if I never met Zion? This lady points her gun at the horizon and mouth gun noises to herself. No, I would never. Although it is impressive that she realizes all this herself. It took me years of research to come to all these conclusions. As a park girl, she deserves a tiny bit of credit. Our existence is miraculous after all. Maybe.
How do you know all this?
'Cause I ain't brain dead.
I'd like a productive answer, please.
Then give me a productive question. You don't need to be a snobby bookworm to know the truth, if that's what you're thinking.
Hearing about the truth is painful, but not because it doesn't have value, but because I could live hundreds and thousands of years learning and uncovering every secret, and in the end, I will always forget it. Without documentation, truth becomes myth.
Truth is the reality you live every day. Sky is azul, grass is verde. If it ain't you either colorblind or being a dumbass on purpose.
That doesn't say the sky is blue.
You're one to talk about the truth. All I've seen you do is play pretend and call yourself a demigod.
Do you see anything around here that contradicts that?
Yes. She gestures around her. The high winds kick up, sand stinging the fresh road grass. God, I'm skidding across the ground. Yellowstone and the volcano girl, and Zion, the miniature angel, dance in playground circles with Dwayne, the living rock Johnson. I don't have an answer. What the heck? I always have an answer. She may as well be asking for me to prove she's not a firefighting astronaut. I know without a shadow of a doubt that she isn't, but I don't have any evidence that proves otherwise.
Why are you here, huh?
For Eve's sake.
Death Valley grins, amused as how quickly I responded. My ears flatten under the weight of my embarrassment. I mean, it's the truth, but why did I have to answer it so fast? Now I look weak.
Kinda gathered that much already. You want to take her back to your park, right? Anything else, or is that it?
What do you mean, is that it? She needs to be somewhere familiar, with those who care about her.
She raises her hands in surrender and takes a cautious step back.
Whoa. Don't gotta get so uppity. I'm just asking.
Sounds more like insinuation to me.
Well, maybe just a little. But only 'cause I care. I've spent a month with Freckles. Hard not to get a tiny bit attached. Hell, you might even say I'm like her replacement Yosemite.
Is there a point you're getting at?
I'm not one for violence. I've given Eve many lectures on how it's imperfect shortcut to resolution. However, Death Valley is a rather flammable vase.
Sure, let me dumb it down for you.
Watch it.
She stepped forward. Her breath smells like dust. She's close enough for me to see multiple tiny pebbles sliding across her in her mouth as she speaks.
Whatever's going on in what's left of her brain isn't going to get fixed by dragging her back to the place where shit hit the fan.
I shiver in the chest and force more space between us.
I already know that. You may call yourself a demigod, but you're not omnipresent. In fact, I suspect you of not possessing a single earthly clue. Not about me, and certainly not about Eve.
Her teeth squeak and pop as she grits down on them. She clenches her fist and feigns composure.
Got a plan then, Princessa?
Of course. Eve and I are going to do what we always do. Talk.
She snorts, then it devolves into a witch's cackle.
Damn, you're easy to read. Don't know if you noticed, but she ain't really in the mood to talk.
She doesn't have to be. I'll be going into town with her.
Eh? That's all you got? You know, she can just choose not to respond to all the crap you throw at her, right?
For someone with regal white hair, she shows not an ounce of couth as she burps out one of the pebbles in her mouth into her hand. Meanwhile, I'm left to reckon with the fact that this walking disaster was poking a rather poignant hole in my plan.
Well, I'd like to see you try and come up with something better.
Knock, knock.
I sigh, heavily, deeply.
Who's there?
Ha! Screw you! I already did, you dumb bastard!
Was that the punchline?
Grabs her wrist and smacks the pebble she just burped out into the palm of my hand.
Ew! I can feel the slobber. Gross!
Death Valley forces my hand shut. Oh god, I can't toss it. I have to hold it. Someone help!
Quit your skirming. This thing is me.
That doesn't make me feel any better!
Well, it should. You don't think Freckles makes the trek into town on foot, do you?
Oh.
What?
I dare to open my hand and look at the bullet-shaped pebble just coated with a sheen of spit.
You know how when you hold someone's hand, it lets you take them anywhere in the park? Same concept. As long as you know where you're going, this right here will take you anywhere in my realm.
I shut my eyes and feel an isolated ember of pure energy dance in my hand.
Incredible.
The fact that she possesses enough power to do something like this must mean the public perception of this park is intense, to say the least. It makes sense with a stark name like Death Valley.
Yeah, it's a real showstopper.
But why give me this?
Don't think you're special. I pass it off to the other pain in the ass whenever she goes boozing. Just thought I might give you some leverage. You know, in case talking don't work.
Oh. She sniffs and turns away.
She has me out there cruising for dead things every once in a while. I can sniff them out, real easy.
With a nod, she gestures her head at a rolled out blanket, lined up in a row placed with great care and intention. There are mangled corpses of small animals. Is missing. Eyes gone. The whole scene looks ritualistic.
You get a good sense for it if you're out here long enough. But see, stuff. It ain't a place for living.
I know. Your park... Well, you are gorgeous. But I don't understand why Eve would even test her luck in this place.
I do.
On the blanket is a raven. Its body is soft, squishy, like it's more meat than bird. Its feathers blow in the wind. Eve Adams, what has the world done to you? Eve steps outside, the cabin door clamoring shut behind her. The entire building rumbles and sways. I'm certain it has never been up to code. I'm doubly certain that Death Valley is built herself. The door slides off the hinges and falls to the ground.
Huh. Yo, Death! Happened again!
Oh shit!
Ah, 'cause you're too rough with it, dumbass!
Dumbass!
Pretty sure it's just not built right.
Dumbass! With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Eve limps over. Whenever she takes a step, I can hear bottles and cans clanging together in her bag.
I hope one day you slam it so hard the splinter stab you in the liver, and that all the recycled booze inside you leaks into your lungs, and you drown in a pool of piss and bottom-self vodka!
Love you too. Now hand over the pebble.
Eve puts on an expectant hand. Death Valley punches it away.
Gave it to your girly friend. Now get lost.
Girly friend?
I am a hopeless park. Someone please return me to the earth so I may be stripped of all sentience and unable to embarrass myself further.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can't just go doing that!
Now where's that hammer? Oh yeah, Shrimpy, you seem kinda useful. Come help me with this.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Bye, Dwayne.
Bye, Dwayne. Sweat sprays off of Zion's wings like mist as she flaps by us and joins Death Valley and heading towards the cabin. Eve, for once in her life, is not the center of attention and goes ignored.
Ooh, can I lend a hand too?
Nope, you creep me out.
Why, I oughta.
Why, I oughta.
I'm helping anyway, whether you like it or not.
Yellowstone rushes to the cabin catch up to the cabin, but not before checking up on us.
You cool cats don't have too much fun now, you hear?
Don't know what that is.
Thanks, Mom. Bye, Mom. Sincerity isn't something Eve does well, or at least Yellowstone turns to me, or at all. Yellowstone turns to me instead.
What's the diagnosis, Doc?
Chronic case of attitude with an onset of despair. Without treatment, it could be terminal.
Yellowstone springs a hug on Eve. Her shoulders go tense, then limp as Yellowstone squeezes tighter. Eve doesn't return it.
I'm rooting for you, Evo. Really.
The one-sided hug goes on until the silence breaks it apart.
Let me cook something for you again soon, okay?
Yellowstone gives Eve a weak smile, then Eve looks to the ground. The hurt on Yellowstone's face is enough to make me want to scold Eve until the sun sets, but the more time we spend here, the less time we can spend fixing this problem. And out of the cabin, Yellowstone runs off towards the others, one arm wiping her arms while the other wipes her head.
That was rather cruel of you, Ranger Adams.
Cruel is when you try to force someone not to forget.
Is that so? I consider it a kindness.
Whatever you're doing isn't gonna work.
I have my hand, though it's not a choice.
Then we better hurry up and fail, wouldn't you say?
Gay. Stove Pine Wells. Gay. That was the name Eve gave me, and that was the name I thought of as I clutched her calloused hand and squeezed the pebble in my pocket. Well, that took way too long to go. What the fuck? The familiar static crackles around us. The breeze of traversing through nothingness is a welcomed relief from the numbing heat. But relief is fleeting, and suffering is forever. Because as soon as I'm used to being wrapped in the arms of my origin, we're sucked back to reality. My feet land on solid concrete, hot enough to feel through the soles of my shoes. Eve can't stick the landing and stumbles. I hoist her up before she can fall on her face. As entertaining as that would be. Yeah, she yanks herself away from me. I try not to dwell on it. The time for reconciliation will surely come.
This is it? Mm-hmm.
She limply gestures around us. Across the parking lot is a building painted a weathered and faded green. The wooden sign over the entrance reads General Store in kitschy old West font. The barrels and dilapidated carriages decorate the gravel aren't any more tasteful either. 2 gas pumps are shaded by Portico. One is out of order. The other side of the street is a motel. That I am certain has hourly rates.
It's close, and they'll recycle my bottles for me. Anywhere else would be a waste of time.
As if that explains everything, it does not. She exits the conversation and starts for the entrance.
What's the point, though?
I catch her and march behind her. Have her manners completely evaporated in the last month?
The point is the same reason anyone goes to a gas station. To refuel.
She wiggles her backpack, the balls inside rattle.
Cute. Very cute.
But still not the response I'm looking for. Come on, give me something to play off of. Something that will let this conversation snowball into something more important. A nearby monolith, carved of steel and wood, lists off all the attractions in the area. Gas station, motel, a saloon.
Why not just answer your true calling and become the sad barfly of your dreams? There's a watering hole right over there. I'm sure they'll give you a discount if you buzz around long enough.
I wait for the smarmy back talk, but once again, I'm ignored. 2 children run out of the children's store and frolic in the parking lot. Their exhausted parents follow soon after. The father gags as he passes. He passes Eve. She either doesn't care or pretends not to. Black dirt streams down her face along with sweat.
Oh, I get it now. You just don't want to be around the tourists. Eve, an island unto herself, even in the midst of self-destruction.
Eve stops. She scratches her head and stares down. Dandruff flakes off her scalp.
Tourists are fine. They're living their lives and want to see interesting places while they still have the chance. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to spend the time I have left getting sloshed with them. That's all.
That was not the answer I expected. And the fact that she gave it rather frightens me. Maybe she was coming around before. Maybe she had been changing, but regardless of what was happening then, this is not the same Eve I knew a month ago.
So dramatic.
I demean it with an eye roll, but not out of actual sarcasm, but because I want to ignore it. Nothing is permanent. No one stays the same, yet the idea of her morphing and devolving this quickly, it shakes me. It's too much. Too quick. The range of time changed those I love as a mercy compared to watching them surrender to the pain.
Hang tight. I'll be out in a few.
She's already halfway through the door as she says it. I follow, but she kicks the door shut on her way in. It's an inch away from slamming into my face.
I was planning on waiting out here anyway.
My hand falls limp.
Pathetic.
I can't even summon the energy to in triumph to put her in her place. A sad turn of events, indeed. Peering inside the tinted window, I watch Eve stop at a crooked landscape painting hanging on the wall. Looks like it could be the same place in Death Valley, although I suppose it could be any desert. Her head cocks to the side as she straightens out the painting. Her work done, she heads straight to the liquor shelves. One of the clerks at the counter nudges their co-worker and points at her. They whisper something and laugh. She must know exactly the impression she's giving, but knowing Eve, I'm sure she doesn't care. But I care. She looks like some kind of scavenger. Scanning the store, scanning the store, rest of the store. Scanning the rest of the store doesn't yield much insight. More insight, it's a small market. One last chance for people to stock up before going out there. Pockets of this park have been tamed, more suitable for camping and sightseeing, but most of it's still wild and desolate. The desert is a transcendent place. It's also dangerous. That's what Eve likes about it, I'm sure. I collapse into one of the rocking chairs in the shade of the store. The aged wood creaks under my tired body. If this is what she wants, truly wants, then why am I bothering with all of this? She isn't even attempting to communicate. It's a question I've avoided, so I just gather up all the gusto and bravado I need to drag her back. Dwelling on anything else would have been a detriment to the task at hand up until this point. But now, I'm faced with either answering it or leaving her here. I know how that would end.
What am I going to do?
Our seat blows across the parking lot like a tumbleweed. It lodges against the fence and gets stuck. I reach into my pocket. The pebble Death Valley gave me scrapes against my knuckle, but I ignore it and slide out the sheet of paper. The words at the top of the page become visible as I unfold it. Tell us how we're doing. I smirk as I read, the fine cursive squeezed into the limited space. A performance evaluation of Eve from a visitor at my park. Her supervisor dropped a stack of them off for her to read a while back. Now that I think about it, she probably didn't get a chance to read this one because I claimed it so quickly. Ever since I've been carrying it with me whenever I go. In my darkest moments, when I was despairing about what will ultimately become of me, how one day the personality I am now will wither and molt, it was this sheet of paper that made me realize the truth. I have Eve to thank for that, for many things. So maybe that's why I'm here. But because I'm indebted to do the same thing she did to me. What is it she's called me before? The Queen Bitch? Well, apologies, Miss Ranger. My desires outweigh yours in this instance, and the Queen will get what she wants. As soon as she figures out how to yank her into a state of vulnerability. Not easy. Until then, we'll be stuck in the cycle. I'll be poking at her and her not taking the bait. Until we get back to Death Valley's cabin, I can't let that happen. She feels too safe there. I fold the paper and slide it back into my pocket. The pearl falls out and lands on the concrete.
Just perfect.
Bending out of the chair, I squat down and search for it. The ground is covered in layers of sand and gravel, blown in from the desert. I reach for what I assume is the pebble, then stop. Another pebble. maybe the real pebble rests a few inches away. Same general shape, same general size, same general color.
Huh.
Not gonna lie, kinda pissed. I only got a lousy 8.35 for everything I recycled today. Damn near an entire liquor cabinet I turned in, and not even enough for a 6-pack. The state of California must have it out for me. My savings are depleting faster than I expected to. That's a problem. I'm already waking up in the middle of the night with the shakes. If I go to bed without a little something, it'll be a lot worse if I don't have any cash. To get angry over things outside of my control never got me anywhere. Nowhere good, at least. The inevitable is that I will eventually run out of money, and the inevitability is that I'm still going to drink until that happens. Inevitability follows us all like a ghost. If you can't stop it, then you might as well acknowledge the powerful force that it is. The clerk half chuckles as they yell out, "Stay safe out there!" I'm out the door already when their coworker starts cracking up. Guess I'm already making waves. Yosemite is bending over tying her shoe or something when I step outside. I was fully expecting her to follow me in there. Figured the whole reason she tagged along was so she could patronize me. I don't think she'd let a door stop her.
All right, let's go.
She dotes up.
Oh, that was quick. Must be used to this, huh?
Ah, there it is. The critic. Always the critic. Mostly correct.
Take us back, Yosemite.
She doesn't quit back.
No, I don't believe I will. I came here to talk to you. I came all this way just to talk to you. Please don't shut me down, Eve.
Where's all this sincerity coming from? I'm talking to Yosemite, right?
I mean it. You came all the way out here and refused to go back. I want to know why. But you can't even be bothered to tell me.
I'm not obligated to spell it out just so you can prove a point. You already know why I'm out here.
I don't need you to spell it out for me to prove my point.
Feel free.
You feel guilty. That's all it is. Pup shouldn't have been there to begin with, and a child gets crippled because of it. I'm not saying your reason is bad.
Interesting theory.
But your response, rather extreme, I would say. No one other than Jessie can tie you back to the incident, and she stayed quiet. You can feel guilty back with me in Yosemite.
So, you're wrong, but I appreciate the attempt. We done now?
Not until you come back.
See, when you started staging this little intervention, you should have considered that maybe, just maybe, this was a choice I made. And that I don't go through life acting only on hysterics and impulse. Hard to believe, I know.
What? This isn't an intervention. We didn't even know what you were doing down here before last night. We just wanted to see you. Convince you to come back. If we were lucky. I missed you. And I hope I didn't contribute to you leaving.
She says without looking at me, trying to hide her earnest blush. I know she's being honest. Somebody has too much pride to grovel and lie. This is coming from some place real. Some place I don't think would have ever showed me if we hadn't gone through everything we had together. It makes me happy. Because she cares. Like they all do. But it's also a depressing reminder of why it is I need to stay here and what should be done with depressing thoughts. Numb contemplation. I reached into the brown paper bag I brought out of the store with me and unscrewed the $11 bottle of Tito's. At first, I go for a swig, then stop myself before it reaches my lips.
You didn't do anything to make me leave. I can say that because I missed you too. A lot. And I don't think you'll ever really know how much you tracking me down means to me. I don't think you'll ever really know how much it pisses me off either.
She gives her first annoyed sigh of the day. Can't believe she hauled off this long. Must be a new record.
It's just like you to contradict yourself in the same breath.
Yeah, it is. And I don't care. Because I don't want the sentiment.
I point at the wide-brimmed hat she's wearing. I'm more than familiar with it.
I don't want you to show up wearing my old hat. I don't want you to be anything less than the egotistical pain in the ass you have always been, for the sole purpose of exposing your vulnerability to me.
Somebody squishes the hat down on her scalp, as if to confirm she's still there. Water absorbed from her hair steams out of it like a squeezed sponge.
What I want is to stay here, to reflect here, to sundown here. Get it?
No, I don't!
And I guess you'll have to go through life with the knowledge that you can't understand everything. Dang!
Not true.
She wags her finger at me.
Not true. Because I don't have to take us back. Not as long as you don't give me a straight answer, and not as long as I have this.
Beaming like a supernova, it's about to go lights out. After I deck her in the face, somebody holds up one of Death Valley's pebble bullets between her fingers and her thumb.
You want to bet?
I don't need to.
I shove the bag at her, the bottle included. She nearly dodges, vodka sprays everywhere. Her mouth gapes open in offended defiance.
You meant for that to hit me!
I charged her. She's not going to let it be easy, so I may as well resort to escalation. Get this out of the way!
Hey! Let's be reasonable here!
I slap one hand on her shoulder and grip it. Good for leverage. She yelps, more in shock than pain. I stick my foot between her legs and throw off her balance.
This is me being reasonable! Now hand over the pebble!
I grab at it, but all she has to do is lift her arm up for it to be out of my reach. Stupid Yosemite, she's too damn tall!
Absolutely not! You can't seriously be serious!
As serious as you are, redundant!
Maybe it's the sobriety, but maybe it's the adrenaline. Whatever it is, I'm going to use my short, porcupine stature to my advantage. I headbutt her in the chest.
Ugh.
She hunches over. Now's my chance. I snag at her hand. She moves it. I only grab her wrist.
I always knew. Your head was soft.
Give it!
Scrubbing my hand up to her palm, I wrestle her fingers open. Her pinky,
Do you know how stupid this looks?
a ring finger,
We're wrestling in a parking lot like a couple of crackheads!
my middle finger,
Are you joking? You already look like one!
her index finger. She slashes the pebble to her thumb.
Mind your own business, goddammit!
Static envelops around us. It crackles through my hair, then thick darkness. A rush of wind pushes up from beneath us. The darkness falls away around us. The world blinks into existence. My grip on Yosemite goes limp, and I look around. Mountains are in the distance. Instead of concrete, they're standing on shrubs and dirt. No buildings, no gas pumps, no people. This isn't Stovepipe Wells. Then he breaks away from me. Why did she...
No! Don't!
I reach to stop her as soon as I realize what she's doing. Zenny tosses the pebble into her mouth. She swallows. My hands catch my falling head as I begin to process her stunt. She couldn't. She wouldn't. But she did. My mouth opens in a tiny scream. She gives an embarrassed glance and awkward laugh.
Why don't we just call this a draw?
Draw? She still thinks this is a game. of course she doesn't have enough self-awareness, enough self-conception to realize that her selfish actions have consequences for other people. The sun sears my neck. It's up in the middle of the sky right above it right now. More brown than yellow. Sweat drips from my nose. The only shade around us is Yosemite's shadow. Thoughts. What are thoughts? Imaginary? Imagery? Words? I've heard it's different for everyone. Wonder what it's like. To have thoughts instead of blind rage coursing through the very essence of your soul. Patient all of 7 chakras of being. She finally did it. She finally killed me!
Crazy bitch! Do you have any idea what you just did?
Yes,
She doesn't. Not a clue!
but I would like to hear you say it for the satisfaction.
Mind game. Time to scream. We'll think again one day. Hate is killing me. It's like I'm having my own private summer. But I'm indoors, and I don't even remember what month it is anymore because of the sinking temperature. Not to mention the weird noise. I knew people were supposed to see all kinds of funky things and live in the desert for a bit. Shamans, the ghosts of Jim Morrison, maybe even an oasis or two. But no one ever talks about weird noises. It ain't beeping or nothing. Just like a fridge buzzing, but really big and coming from everywhere.
Hey, cute, blonde, and useless. If you're going to help, then quit with the daydreaming.
Sorry about that. Could have sworn I heard something.
It was probably just Dwayne. He makes noises.
He does.
Love Dwayne.
Love Dwayne.
Love Dwayne.
Love Dwayne.
Yeah, real cute girls. Don't care who it is, but somebody better get me that nail. And his name is Cerberus, not Dwayne.
Sorry, Miss Valley. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
As Ian passes Val the nail. Doesn't waste any time driving that sucker as hard as she can into that flimsy wood.
Say, if cute little rocks are always causing such a ruckus, why don't you just go somewhere safer?
Park's named Death Valley, not Pain in the Ass Stone City. My place first.
Do you remember when they showed up?
Val scratches her face, giving it a think.
Probably after me. Don't really care. Been raising hell for as long as I can remember.
If they're so stubborn, how come you don't build something sturdier?
You see any good building material out here?
Fair.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but these old boards are so busted, they barely even look like boards anymore.
That's a good point. Miss Valley, are you sure they're even providing much cover now?
Doing a whole lot of talking about a whole lot of stuff I can't fix.
You can go into town to get better resources, right? Right? I may or may not let you go into town at some point for unknown reasons of opportunity to get spoiled by Mari's stream by acting of Raiden about Teddy.
There. Door's as good as new.
That falls off as the last word leaves her lips. Guess that's that.
What do we do now?
What do we do now?
When are Yosemite and Miss Eve supposed to be back?
It might be a minute. They've got some stuff to hash out if you catch my drift.
Gonna be longer than un minuto. Don't hold your breath unless you want to suffocate. In fact, I'd say there's more of a chance that only the tall one comes back.
Do you think the stones could get her?
So could heat stroke, starvation, hypothermia, dehydration, and rattlesnakes. And if none of that does her in, then great. But if I were you, I'd get all my crying out of the way now.
No way, Jose. I'm saving these tears for when we're all cozy and snug back home. Eve ain't the type to keel over that easily. If any two people can work together and survive this place, it's them.
Yeah, clearly your pointy-eared amigo is real level-headed. Why else would she drive all the way out here for some dumb mortal?
Why do you put your hat back on? Take it off. Oh, I hate this. How could you say stuff like that? That's so awful. Yasami has gotten so much better. She used to be super grumpy, and nowadays she's mostly just sad.
Just shut your pie hole and have a little faith.
Faith moves mustard seeds, not corpses, freak show.
Okay, that's it. If she's getting if she gets any meaner, she's gonna end Western style civilization.
Now quit talking. I'm trying to focus.
On what?
Calm down, Yellowstone. She doesn't know them like we do.
Darn Skippy. She was here for an entire month and this gunslinger didn't do zilch except help make Eve sadder.
The gunslinger doesn't say anything back. She seems distracted. I know my noggin gives people that willies sometimes, but she seems the type to give me back some fighting words.
Hold it.
Here it comes. Just gotta remember all that fancy stuff somebody used to scream at me when you used to get at me.
You ain't no sheriff in my book.
No, seriously, shut up.
And how about you put your dukes up and
Get down!
Death Valley shoves her entire weight over me, and we fall on the floor. I get the slightest peek of the ceiling before her hat falls on my face.
Yellowstone, are you okay?
Big rock!
It talks. I turn my head to see one of the little rock fellas grab at me. Val shoots her revolver and blasts. Takes her revolver and blasts that little guy 2 ways to Tuesday.
Rotten hell! I just fixed that window yesterday! Oh, stupid rock!
Holy smokes. I didn't even see it coming. Golly, you really saved my skin.
Yeah, you don't say! Damn it. Now I've got to get more boards and fix it. Never heard them this pissed before.
You've heard them talk before? Like, proper
You
words?
said you don't remember everything about them, right? Well, maybe they remember you. Isn't that comforting?
No. The gunslinger stares at the hole the little guy just made.
Shrimpy, do me a favor and peek out the other window. Things ain't looking too great on this side.
Sand flaps over to the other side, to the cabin. I take my chance to be useful and follow her.
Huh. Yes, I see. Miss Valley, is it normal for them to close in like this?
I scooch my way over and catch a glimpse of them. They're doing some kind of funky movements out there. Like they're all trying to run over each other. They're speaking coherent words. Kind of scary though.
You don't reckon that fella from earlier was talking to me, do ya?
Oh, Big Rock! Miss Valley, have they ever said anything like that before?
No. They usually just gurgle nonsense before I send them to their last judgment. Maybe they just like freak show here.
You're getting way too big for your britches, Missy. I'll have you know that.
Wait, you're Yellowstone, yeah?
Don't wear it out, punk.
That head of yours just for show, or can it actually do something?
Oh no.
Oh, I'd like to show you exactly what it can do.
Calm down there, Hephaestus. I've got a plan.
Half a what now? That was another mean insult, wasn't it?
Hephaestus. It's a name of a person from a
Spit it
mythos.
out! Throw it up if you have to!
I refuse.
On your gut! I ball my hand into a fist and crack my knuckles.
Guess I've got no choice then.
You wouldn't punch me, Eve. That would be a bridge too far, even for you.
Remember what happened the last time you said that?
She spreads her arms out and waits. Completely invulnerable. Be shot. My fingers dig deeper to my palm. I swing my arm back and Damn it! I can't do it.
Ugh, you're unbelievable!
Bye, hat. I start away and kick up a cloud of sand that flies back to my
It
face.
just means I have to be seen to be believed.
Bye, hat.
You're this close, Yosemite! This close!
Until what, exactly? Until you stop this tantrum and come home with me?
Well, that's not happening now! Ever! I'm going to die horribly because of you!
Ugh, don't be so dramatic.
Dramatic! You think this is dramatic? There's no way for us to get back to the others now. Maybe you can survive out here, but without my supplies, I'm basically a walking corpse!
You already were. The only reason you came to this place to begin with is because you're just waiting to die.
She's like calling me out on it. I can't believe her. And as her words linger in the air, she seems to have some trouble believing that she even said it herself, too. What right does she even have to question the things I want to do with myself? None!
You know what? At least that's more graceful than dying of thirst. Or heat stroke. Or any of the things you just decided you're willing to subject me to.
I mean, there is one option.
What?
Take my hand and come back to Yosemite National Park with me.
No. No! Don't even try bringing it up because I'm not going to!
It would be instantaneous.
No! I left for a reason, and you should respect it! Besides, what about Yellowstone and Zion? You're just willing to leave them here? I wouldn't put it past you!
They could always teleport back to the cabin. Although, they wouldn't know what happened to us unless we told them. I didn't think of that.
Yosemite frowns to herself as she realizes her brilliant plan has a few holes in it, and she just fell through one of them.
Congratulations! You've stranded us both.
I stop out of the space occupied by a few shrubs. Then others, there's still a few scatters around there. I feel them snag against my skin as I plop on top of them. Back first.
Ugh.
The sky is divided in two. One half is the sky is a dusty brown, while the other is a sable blue.
What are you doing?
What's it look like? I'm waiting. God!
What else is there to do? Test our luck? Try to find our way out? About 20 years ago, there was this family of German tourists that went missing out here. Car got stuck in the ditch, and they went to look for help. Their remains weren't found until 13 years later. Bleak stuff.
I have a question.
Well, I thought you only had answers. Shocking.
Death Valley. Does she have a portrait like Zion, Yellowstone, and I? Like the ones hanging up in the cabin back home?
Yeah, it's hanging up at the gas station at Stovepipe Wells for safekeeping. Why do you care?
I sit up and look at her. She still has the frown on her face, and now she's strumming too. You only have yourself to blame for this, sweetie.
Well, the only reason I'm able to go to Yellowstone and Zion from the cabin is because I'm within viewing distance of their portraits. That, or they take me themselves. So, if I'm able to see where the portrait is, I should be able to take us directly to Death Valley, wherever she happens to be.
Whole lot of good that does us. We're God knows where. How would we be able to see it? Wait.
What?
I spring to my feet and start spinning around.
Hold on. I think I've got it.
Come on. Please let us be able to see it from here.
Ah! Yes! This is perfect! Woohoo!
Yosemite cowers, her head sinking into her shoulder like a turtle. But holy crap, it's too perfect. Our prospects just shot up dramatically. I couldn't quite quit laughing if I wanted to.
You're kind of freaking me out.
Look over there!
I point at a mountain about 20 clicks away.
That's Telescope Peak. It's the highest point in the entire park. Perfect 360 view of this whole section.
Sammy's eyes shoot wide open as she catches on.
So, if we get to the top, then we'll be able to see Stovepipe well, including the store.
There we go. That's our ticket.
Sammy always the killjoy tries to throw cold water in the idea.
That's awfully far away, though. Are you sure you would be okay?
Nope. But I really don't have much of a choice now, do I?
She better not forget we're in this situation because of her.
You didn't give me a lot of options.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
I glared at her. There's real anger behind it too. I always thought Yosemite had enough in common with me to respect my choices, even if she didn't agree with them. I didn't just feel pissed off that she was willing to take this so far. I feel a little betrayed. Finally, she sighs.
Alright, I'm sorry. No more tricks if we make it up the mountain. I'll take you to Death Valley, no questions asked. Happy now? Are those dopamine receptors activated?
Nope, but thanks for promising the bare minimum.
You're welcome. But in the meantime, I don't plan on just giving up and letting things stay as they are. And you better prepare yourself for... Where are you going?
Actually, at the mountain. She's going to be like this the rest of the day anyway. So might as well get a move on.
To safety, with any luck. Now quit burning daylight and hustle.
My breathing gets harder as she hurries. Her breathing gets harder as she hurries to catch up to me. Dunes of sand and hills of rock stand between us and the mountain. And thanks to Yosemite, it looks like we'll be climbing over all the way. All of them. Ah. Thank you, boss. This is for you.
You want me to do what?
And stretch. Let me just turn the porch light on real quick. It's getting dark. I return from the porch light switch.
Shoot your volcano at those hijo de putas. Don't tell me it's just for decoration.
But doing that also explodes a real volcano, I think.
I can make tea, but using it as a weapon feels kinda...
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have imagined them trying to bash your brains in since you've gotten here.
Maybe you did.
Well, yeah, they're bloodthirsty, but they're also kinda cute, right?
Oh, and it wasn't civilization, Pog.
Bloodthirsty Yellowstone. Bloodthirsty.
Truly.
Glad one of you has some sense.
Looky here, I need to be mad to do it in the first place. I can bring myself to a boil just fine, but someone has to make me real peeved to get a full-on lava shower.
And what does that?
I don't know, usually not feeling respected and stuff.
Give me a second, I'm trying to find something. Where is it? Which one did I do it to? Here it is.
Well, I don't respect you. Does that help?
Oh! She's so mad!
Little bit, yeah. But even Yosemite are way better at it.
You suck.
Why would you ever let a mortal talk down to you?
I don't know. That's just what everyone does. Including you, I might add.
Good. means I'm doing something right.
Making me angry is doing something right.
Does not.
Is that how little my feelings matter here?
Does too. And you know what, you little freak? I want you to channel that.
I'm asking very nicely for you to not call me that.
Oh, come on, that's what you are. A little sideshow weirdo.
Miss Valley, I really don't think this is...
Put it to good use, clown girl. Show me you ain't entirely useless and can direct that energy.
Why is she like this? Why does she have to do so mean? I can feel my eyes getting all misty. My head getting all hot. Like there's fire burning up inside me and rising.
Uh-oh. She's gonna flip her lid.
She's gonna flip her lid!
Perfect! Now, just make sure to do it out there.
The gunslinger kicks me out. Gunslinger kicks me out of my keister. If it wasn't for the fact that I stumbled right out the door, I'd pop my top here and now. All I'm seeing is red and orange and red and orange and red and orange and red and orange and smoke is shooting out of my head and quickly as a train engine. I take a step forward. Hard steps. Violent steps. These bratty little stones, they're gonna! Ah, shucks, they're just little guys. No, Yellowstone, bloodthirsty! They're bad rot. I need to...
I can't.
Why'd you stop? Get out there and kill!
This isn't the way. It ain't my way.
I'm not gonna do it.
Ay, give me a break.
Look, violence ain't the solution. I know you like shooting your problems away, but we have to try something else.
Try telling that to those things.
I know, but those stones, they remind me of people. Folks that were also like angry little rocks, doing angry little things. But violence and nastiness never did anything for them. What made them better was...
I swear to me I'm gonna puke if you finish that sentence.
Val looks angry, and she's ready to run up and deck me in the face.
Zion!
I look to my little earth angel. If anyone's gonna get it, I know it's her.
I know they're all bloodthirsty and angry and jagged, but I can't just blast them away like that. What if we did that to Miss Eve when she first showed up, huh?
That's a little different, Yellowstone.
But you get what I mean, right?
Oh, Yellowstone.
We just saw them talk, I think. Can't we at least try talking back? Establish some good old-fashioned communication?
Are you crazy? They don't want to talk to you.
Maybe, but it's worth a shot.
Zion looks down, but when her eyes come back up, they seem certain. She floats over to my side.
I agree with Yellowstone. We at least have to try.
Zion!
You two are hopeless!
Just have some faith, Val.
Val glares at me like she's about to whip out that gun of hers.
I guess you're Val now. Good luck, Yellowstone.
Val steps forward and grabs my shoulder. I jump back a bit.
I think you mean good luck to us. It's about to get real bloody.
The night goes around us, and we teleport outside. Why do we teleport outside? We get out, they're about 15 feet away from where we started. Not sure I ever teleported this short of a distance before.
Hey! Hellspawn! Don't eat this! Just listen to it!
Val teleports away just as quickly as she brought me in. I'm totally alone now. Staring down a buttload of angry killer rocks. Oh boy. Stan scurries back into the cabin and peeks out like with a hole from a hole.
You've got this, Yellowstone. Just make the first move.
Right.
Right. I step forward and wave my arms towards them.
Hey, party people! What's the hippie haps? Yeah, that's right! It's me, Big Rock!
What the fuck?
Did you just call me dude?
No way.
They speak the lingo.
They speak the lingo.
Why are you trying to hurt us?
Gab? Oh. One starts sliding towards me. The rest stay behind.
Howdy, little fella. Can you tell me what the hippity haps are? We're just minding our own beeswax and you're trying to murder us and junk.
What? Because your bud is acting up and bopping us. What's the big idea with this popping and bopping? It's not very hopping.
No! Oh no! Possum! They're popping, bopping, hopping! What's next? Are they gonna start chopping? Ah!
That's a Val thing. She's a bit terrible. What I want to do is figure out why you guys are fighting so
When
we
we
can
popping, we
not
bopping.
die.
We're popping, we're chopping.
Big Rock, you and the Reaper are buds?
They all just put up worms and strings.
Well, yeah, I guess so. She's kind of mean, but so are most of my friends.
The Gaggle Rocks gossip to each other in a funky rock language I can't understand.
Big Cheese wants to chat. You dig Big Rock?
Ah, the big cheese? Ah, I want to talk with the big cheese. Let's come on, big cheese.
Cheese? Like the president of rocks?
Totes.
Totes my goats. Radical. I look back to Zion and Val, watching from the hole in the cabin. Why am I Western? I can't do what kind of accent is it? Brooklyn? Jersey. They all staring at wide-eyed, completely speechless. Guess it's working better than she expected.
I want
Joyzy.
to bring my friend.
Jersey.
Reaper or small one?
Both.
Reaper. She's part of it.
I refuse. Cool nickname, though.
Good nickname.
If things go wrong, just teleport away.
I'm gonna come with you.
You're so dead.
Nuh-uh. Then why am I not dead now, smarty pants?
Yeah. Plus, I can fly. Rocks can't. I'll lift you up if they start being aggressive again.
Oh, you always lift me up, Zion.
That's because I love you, Yellowstone.
Zion!
Yellowstone?
Ay, Dios.
Dios.
Ay,
You
Dios.
two shut up, then fine.
Ay, Dios. Death Valley is throwing on me. Vanish swoops her way next to me with Zion.
This better work.
Dwayne pokes out behind Val's leg. Dwayne.
Heretic Prince! Heretic Prince!
Heretic Prince. The rocks go on high alert as soon as Dwayne shows his adorable face. They close in on the four of us, circling like a pack of wolves.
Bring the Heretic Prince to the dig!
Cerberus! Don't tell me you're
A prince?
Whoa! Yeah, Princey wins! Our marching goes on. Gravel got into my left through one of the holes. I don't wear socks anymore, so it's just ripping and tearing at my skin between my toes. At a certain point, it started to develop into a blister. Every step I take The gravel rubs against the small open wound.
Ugh.
Still none of this is as painful as hearing Yosemi's groaning. Can't take a single step without her unleashing a pained moan.
You got something to say, Yosemite? Like an apology?
No, not particularly. It's just that this is excruciating.
I glance over my shoulder. She's 10 feet behind me, at least. Her shoulders propel her forward as she walks, with her legs dragging behind us, as nimble and as quick as sludge.
Whose fault is that? Yours,
Whose fault
clearly.
is that?
You're the one I drove 500 miles for.
Every word is punctuated by heavy breathing. She's so dainty, like a wilting flower. It's kind of funny, actually. The personification of a national park is out of shape nerd. She doesn't have to know that, though. As far as she should be concerned, she should think... I think she's an irritating pile of misery that selfishly drags people into her vortex of garbage. But she is an irritating pile of misery that came looking for me. People like Jesse and now Yosemite are always trying to prove something about myself to me. Why do they do that? I know what I am, and they just seem to believe otherwise. It pisses me off.
Well, Yosemite, maybe next time
Well,
you'll think
Yosemite.
twice before tossing someone into a life or death scenario to prove a point.
How was I supposed to know it would take us to the middle of nowhere? I don't think... Wait,
Here's Wiggle.
next time? That means there will be more opportunities to teach valuable life lessons, whether you like it or not. And in order for that to happen, we would have to be in close proximity to each other. Which means that you've decided to come home. Oh, Eve, I always knew I would be able to topple those walls you've built.
Still not used to her calling me Eve, but before it was always Ranger or some kind of snide nickname. Death Valley does the same thing, but I think I prefer Yosemite's nicknames more, even if they do still suck.
You're delusional.
Incorrect.
You're delusional.
I am merely an optimist.
Liar.
Liar.
You used to tell me that you were a realist.
I changed my
Really?
mind.
I was doing just fine without you.
Which one of us is the liar now?
We've been trudging through the desert for about 2 hours now. My hand, already sunburnt from the last month, is starting to form a new layer of bright red. Sammy doesn't know it, but we were lucky enough to have landed somewhere on the Panamint Range. I figured with another hour of walking, we'll be able to find a trail that takes us to Telescope Peak. That's where the easy part ends, though. From there, we've got to hike up the whole damn mountain. Assuming we manage to make it that far. That's the thing about these girls. They can get hurt or a little roughed out, but they're gonna be fine when it's all said and done. As long as nothing happens to their parks, they can heal. I'm not strong enough to bounce back from stuff, and I'm tired of trying to. I'm so tired.
Are you just going to stew in silence this entire trip? You must have lost your edge out here. Can't even argue properly now.
She's so desperate.
I ever tell you how obvious you are?
Have you ever considered that perhaps I purposefully dumb myself down for your sake?
I snort. Not sure if it's because I'm already out of breath from hiking or if it's because Yosemite said something stupider than usual.
You have too much pride to dumb yourself down. So I think you're just naturally dumb. And you want to know how I know that, Yosemite? Because you pull out the same tactics as everyone else who has ever tried to get a rise out of me.
The slow, dragging footsteps behind me stop.
There is a difference.
I stop walking and wait.
Unlike them, I actually care about you. I'll keep letting you know that until you're sick of it. Then I'll still keep doing it. Why else would I be walking beside an idiot like you?
When I turn around, she's pulled her hat. Her hat? her hat down over her eyes. What the hell? Who says that kind of stuff and means it? Someone like Yosemite? What? No. God, stop! Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! If I go down that road, I might actually start to believe she... By the time my dry throat forces me to gulp, the moment has passed. I can see the situation clearly now. Simi caring does not make up for going against what I want. Of course! I already know she cared. Lots of people care. I care! But care doesn't change a thing.
I'm only seeing one set of footprints here.
She needs to cut this crap out right now. I'm not going to be able to stand spending the next day with her if she keeps acting like this. I'll lose it.
Well, that's just because I'm carrying you, scrub. Didn't know your comebacks dealt in Hallmark cards now. You're so well read. When did you notice the footprints? Long time ago, when we were in Zion, and you ran off crying into the woods. You giant diva. Leave no trace. Kind of fitting for what you are, don't you think? What is that supposed to mean?
Her tone is sharp.
Some of us would rather leave a mark than have it fade. You know I didn't mean it like that.
She's not just trying to start something this time. I touched a nerve. It's not that hard to do when it's her we're talking about. There's like drumming in the center of her head. A wave of heat ripples through my body. Then a second later, I get this chill from sweat. Really wish I was thrashed right now.
But now that you mention it, it wouldn't kill you to take a little comfort in how good you've got it.
She breathes in deeply and fixes her eyes on me. Guess the conversation is going there.
I would suggest you choose your next words very carefully. You know what? No. You were the one who wanted to talk, Yosemite. So let's talk.
I close the distance between us. If I wanted to, I could get in her face real quick. I might still do it, too.
This doesn't surprise me anymore. But you've got a pretty warped view about people and how they work. Because you're so self-absorbed, you can't imagine anyone thinking any differently than you. But that's the thing! We couldn't be more different! You want to know why that is?
She crosses her arms. What an answer.
Nature is resilient. And guess what you are? Oh, sure, people do a bang-up job of mucking it up. We might even end up fracking our way straight into hell. But remove the sickness, and the foliage and dirt usually wind up bouncing back just fine. A fire can destroy an entire forest. But come back years later, it's a vibrant field. Get it? You've got rebirth on your side. But most of us happen to be born mortal. So a lot of times, we don't bounce. We fall flat on our face, eat shit, and don't get back up. You can't be beaten down by the way the world is and be broken for good. Your fingers can't get chewed off before your life even begins. Just like that.
So you're sad because it's unfair? Just can't take it anymore? Boo-hoo? There's a lot of things that aren't fair, Eve.
Of course, you can't grasp the concept. Why would you? The last time I saw you, you were a wreck. Now you're as good as new. That's why you should embrace it. You get renewal eventually. Embrace it. The rest of us get one catharsis.
Cindy breathes violently. Her chest heaves in and out. She balls her hands into fists. Here it comes. For this time, she might finally take a swat at me.
I've already been renewed.
She walks away. Towards the mountain.
Hey! Hold on, don't just...
She keeps walking, ignoring me. No snarking off or a flimsy attempt to get the last word in. She just walks.
What the hell? Don't just let me get away with all that.
At least try. Like, give me a good punch or something. Right in the kisser. Come on, just do it. I've gotten away with so much already. Not once has she ever raised a hand, gone physical with me. All this time, even in the parking lot, when I was headbutting her. She must take pride in being a pacifist, huh? I hate it so much. She thinks she's enlightened now? Does she think she's made it? That has to be it. The altruism is a farce. It's only so she can herself, so that she can herself the authority to save me. So the gratification of ego boost that comes with it. God damn it! This headache sucks. If somebody sucks, it's some game. It's hard to prove a point or lack of point. It's so fruitless. I know what she thinks. I know what she is. I thought I might have known her better, that she knew herself. But why is she able to get past it? I thought we were miserable together, you know? So if that's it, if we don't share that, we don't share anything, then my feelings have been clear, crystal, from the very start. I suck in as much of the dry air as my wheezing body will allow. The breath I take in scraps against my lungs.
I hate you!
Somebody stops. Now it's her turn. She gets to experience it now. That feels to be stopped dead in your tracks at every piece of progress you feel. If you've made is called into question.
I hope you burn to the ground! You! Every tree, every bush, every animal! I hope there's nothing left!
It burns as I scream. My throat feels like I'm guarding nails. Like I let the words be as loud as they need to be.
And you know what, Yosemite? I hope no one remembers. Not you, or the wretched park that spawned your useless life!
She rubs her eyes. Might have been something that got stuck in there. Because she just flicks it away.
Until you're sick of it and then some. Ass.
Keeps walking. Keeps walking. Why does she keep walking? I take one step forward, stumble, try to catch up. My fifth attempt, I stumble again.
Get out of my life! You think I want you and the rest of you freaks here? You're all pathetic! Hypocrite! Self-righteous hypocrite! Just die already!
The distance between us grows larger. I scream at her while closing the distance. Eventually my voice gives out.
Oh boy, I'm nervous. Y'all ever met a king before?
Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to get more water. And refill the kettle. Never. Fuck you. Anyways, I walked away.
I needed to hear that. You've done enough. At least for today.
I walked away, and there's this
But
fucking
maybe we need
heavy
more
guitar
of this.
in the background, trying to process the dramatic scene we just witnessed. Anyways, yeah, that was a thing. Dug up things I forgot about completely. Love that.
Oh boy, I'm nervous. Y'all ever met a king before?
I'd forgotten about that. I can't believe that. Dug up stuff. Wow, what a time. Imagine art digging up things you've forgotten about.
Every time I look in the mirror.
Shush your mush. Big Cheese Mafia's cruising on down.
I see. The big cheese is cruising on down. This down. What the fuck? This down. This part. Then what? Oh god, that was a oh god, a voice. What the Jesus Christmas. Things are happening today. The sun's part. Letting one walk through. He has a crown of some kind on his head. Slipping off because it doesn't fit quite right. It looks like it's made of cardboard? Did he get it from a burger joint? A burger joint? The king clears his throat. His rock throat.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Let me kill them.
No. What's up?
Miss Valley, no.
I get that reference.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
It's not the same, Zion.
What's up?
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 You know the greeting of my people.
Oh god, you're very coherent. That's a long sentence. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, the king speaks.
That's pretty groovy.
I think they like you, Yellowstone.
Aw, jeez, really? Glad someone does.
Welcome, Big Rock. You are now in the place to be. Party Central, baby. I am King Myvia, the big cheese round this party.
Big cheese. The big cheese.
Howdy-o, Daddy-o. I'm Yellowstone, and these guys are Zion and Val.
Oh, I got the deets on the Reaper. The real dirty deets. Mighty kind of you to bring back my little buddy and deliver the kidnapper to our kingdom. The Heretic Prince.
Cerberus!
Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince!
How about we just call him the rock formerly known as the Heretic Prince?
That's a real long title.
Not cool. We gotta be on the same page here, small twig creature. See, dudes, he prefers to be called a prince.
No, he likes Dwayne. Dwayne hops around, probably the most I've ever seen him move so far, and he just looks too happy to be called a prince to me.
Silence!
All the stones stop their jittering and jabbering. Not quite as well, rock.
Listen up, dudes. The Heretic Prince and the Siren who's put the shamoves on him shall be met with a horrible death.
What?
Yay! Wait, no, that's bad. Why are you doing that?
It's our motto that you have to always be moving, always be grooving. The heretic prince rejects this, so he fled to live a life of sloth and hedonism. Pretty big sin there, man. Moving! And his partner in crime, the one who protects him from his groovy responsibility, our tormentor for decades, the Reaper.
Dozens of stones around us start blowing in unison. A couple of them even throw themselves at Val.
That's right! And I do it all again too, you little devils!
Miss Valley, you're really not helping your case right now.
Is it so wrong for a father to miss his son? To hate that he chooses not to inherit the holy crown? To not move? To never groove?
Bludgeoning tourists to death is way worse!
Whoa, hang on, let's talk about this.
I don't know what there is to talk about, Big Rock Dude. The heretic prince has rejected the sacred commandment of continuous locomotion.
What about the people you're attacking? The random people.
He does not move,
He does not groove!
nor groove. You can't even go with the flow. Kind of a bummer, man.
But isn't he going with the flow by choosing his own way to go?
Everyone's quiet.
Drop them deets, Big Rock.
Well, if you guys are going with the flow, maybe the flow's not the same for everyone. Maybe people have different ways of going with the flow. The flow's not always the same way to go, you know?
You know? I know. In the distance of the desert, I hear a bird chirping.
Yes. You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know. I'm just a father who's been missing, reminiscing on his little John Doe.
He's a stone's throw away, as flies the crow, and if you want to see him, you could always come and go. But to execute him now, well, that's just low.
I hate this so much, just let me go.
Doing great, Yellowstone. Now hit him with the death blow.
Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just needs some room to move his elbow.
Well, let's try that again real quick first with
Yes.
the little auto.
You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know. I'm just a father who's been missing, reminiscing on his little John Doe.
Aw.
He's a stone's throw away, as flies the crow, and if you want to see him, you could always come and go. But to execute him now, well, that's just low.
I hate this so much, just let me go.
Doing great, Yellowstone. Now hit him with the death blow.
Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just needs some room to move his elbow.
Ah, that's it better. I'm gonna do it again.
He's a
Yes. You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know. I'm just a father who's been missing, reminiscing on his little John Doe.
He's a stone's throw away, as flies the crow, and if you want to see him, you could always come and go. But to execute him now, well, that's just low.
I hate this so much, just let me go.
Doing great, Yellowstone. Now hit him with the death blow.
Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just needs some room to move his elbow.
Better. Anyways,
There you go, Daddy-o.
the big cheese stares down with his mighty rock pile. It's hard to tell what the stones are thinking most of the time, but the little carved out area of his face seems old and ancient. If he were human, I bet he'd have a beard.
Dwayne's just trying to live the way he wants to. He's happy with Val. He's happy being just a little guy. If you really love him, just be happy he's happy.
Oh no! Oh no! Dwayne's a metaphor! Dwayne's a metaphor! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh damn, bro! Dwayne's a metaphor! Oh fuck! Why Yellowstone and Zion always on the metaphorical journeys together?
Is this true, my prince? Is this what you really want?
Dwayne.
Ewo, Ewo! Ewow! Ewo, 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 Ewo!
Ewo.
Ewo, Ewo! Ewo!
What are they saying?
Hell if I know.
Ewo! Ewo, Ewo!
Mm-hmm.
Ewo!
I see.
Dad.
Ah!
My son!
Asapawa slides down the stony cheek of King Mavia. I've got no idea what they just said. You're taking me out of the ocean.
Very well. I vibe with these terms.
So you'll stop trying to kill us?
Temporary truce until you leave our realm. Word. On one condition.
Let's hear it.
The Reapers exiled upon your departure. If the she-devil ever shows her ghastly mug to us hopping and bopping rocks, the deal will be void, bro.
Oh.
Hold up!
Works for me.
Very well. It has been decreed. Riley.
That's why she is in the midst of civilization in that one peep I saw.
Yay!
Oh,
I knew you could do it!
I knew you knew I could do it.
And I knew you could do it!
I pick Zion up and spin around as the rocks around us cheer.
this is bullshit. No way that's all it took. Just some awful kindergarten rap?
It's the freshest thing this side of the Colorado.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe it.
I am grateful to have met you, Big Rock Yellowstone. Perhaps we cannot shake hands, but I bid you the status of equal and a hearty howdy-o!
Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o!
What the fuck? Where'd they hear that from? The sounds all leave together, throwing and rolling in unison to the horizon, to the sunset.
Goodbye! I'll never forget you! Unless I do! But goodbye anyway!
Just look at him, frolicking through the harsh desert sands. Ain't it a thing of beauty?
It is.
Hey, sunshine. I got something for you.
Ooh, a present?
Knuckle sandwich!
Ow!
That's for exiling me from my ancestral homeland, you big idiot!
What? It was a good deal. I'm sorry.
That gives me a big sigh.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think so?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
Okay.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think so?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
Okay.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
Anyways, here we go. We love Chunies existing. She looks down and shuffles her feet. For someone who is so usually rowdy and loud, she almost looks delicate up right now.
So, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot, and I ain't saying it's my fault. Just that demigods sometimes don't sweat the small stuff. And,
Yeah?
well, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass. And stuff.
Aw, Val. Ever since last night, I thought you were bad news. Bogus. That might be a teeny bit true, but you're actually pretty neat. So maybe you ain't no sheriff, but you know what? You're my favorite deputy.
We good then?
Yeah, we Gucci.
Whoa.
Now bring it in, partner.
Whoa.
Nope, no hug. I don't hug.
Oh, come on.
Of course you hug.
Darn Skippy, if you're gonna be bunking with us, you gotta learn how to be a grade A hugger.
Wait, what?
I mean, where else you gonna go? Can't just stay here. That'll void the truce.
Do we have room in the cabin, though?
She can sleep on the floor with you and me.
Ewo. Whoa! Great hops on my shoulder. His weight crushes me and I almost fall to the ground. That's okay though. It might bruise later, but he just wants to join in on a love.
You come with us too, Dwayne.
Don't get used to it. I'm only sticking around until the mess you caused blows over. Then I'm out. You got that?
Yeah. Whatever you say, Miss Demigod.
Hug. We pull her into a hug and she groans the whole time.
It's true. I am a demigod. I am.
We know you are, Miss Valley. We know you are.
That's right, sweetie. You are a superhero. That's right, sweetie. You do. That's right, sweetie. There. Yeah, sweet. Alright, honey, yeah. It doesn't move. Not even a twitch.
The poor thing. Do you think it's...
Yellowstone trails off and lets the silence imply the rest. I don't need to think about it, though. One look and is all I need. That thing's dead.
Find a stick. Try poking it or something.
I bend over something as I do. My entire field of vision spins and splits in two. 4 hands, 20 fingers, 2 rabbit corpses, before finally merging into one image.
Can you drop the brooding for 5 seconds and say something?
It's been a quiet march since I chewed out Yosemite. We have a dynamic going on. She tries to make polite conversation about the sights, and I stay stone silent. Why didn't we just do this from the start?
Look at the marks on its back.
Its fur is warm. Not from a departed trace of life, but simply from baking out in the sun. I roll it over and trace the deep red and purple gashes carved in it. Yosemite cringes and punctuate it with a groan for good measure.
I said to find a stick.
I've been touching dead things pretty much every day since I got here. It's not a big deal unless you're a germaphobe. Though I still don't get that same shock to my system whenever I see a carcass. I hope that doesn't go away. There is value in that.
These are from the talons of a hawk.
Oh shit,
Got
there's a
attacked
hawk.
by another bird and dropped it.
Oh shit.
Killed by the talons alone. If it didn't bleed out, then the impact would have definitely finished the job.
Then
it died for nothing. Not even for sustenance.
What an ignorant thing to say. Not unsurprising from the Empress of saying crap she can't back up, though.
Well, Yosemite, I guess that just depends on your perspective.
Hi, Ming! How are you? You miss it sad. It's Halloween. It's spooky season, so I'm spooky. I'm Spoopy Green. How you doing, Ming? Been well? Sip, 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 sip. That's not the command. It's, this. Ah. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. And posture check. Thank you, thank you. You're not prepared for Halloween? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Poor Ming busy. Poor Ming being a busy goyle. Being a busy, busy grandma. Big sad, big sad. Hope you get a break soon so you can relax and do some more gaming and stuff. Yeah, like the birthday stream you slept through. Looks at you, stares, 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 judges, judges, judging you, 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 judging, 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 judging. I'm joking. Where am I? I am. I don't mind. I leave the sarcasm on extra thick. She has to know how wrong she is, needs to know what I'm gleamed in this past month. I've woken up. I get it now.
Enlighten me with your perspective, then.
What these girls doing at National Park? So, Ming, this blue-haired girl is the National Park. She's Yosemite National Park. You know, And this is Eve, her girlfriend. Currently, they're in Death Valley National Park, doing things. Eve ran away from home. Eve ran away from and her girlfriend Yosemite came to rescue her, came to find her, and now, but Eve is being a big poopy head, and doesn't want to go home.
No, death is pointless. The grand majority of us are gonna kick it at some point. That tells me the point of living is to die. Hallelujah.
The sun's between us carried by the desert wind, and I realized something. I played right into her hands. That cackling witch got me. This witch has wanted this whole time. To know me, so that she can criticize me.
Can you explain that further?
No. Go to hell.
I dropped my backpack on the dirt and sifted through the biggest pocket it has to be around here somewhere. Oh, never mind.
I've been nothing but upfront with you about who I am and the things I feel. Why won't you do the same for me? Even if it's only for the sake of putting me in my place.
Where is it? Don't tell me I left it in the cab when I was skinning the other day.
Silent treatment again. I thought we moved past this. I would much prefer you screeching.
I unzipped all the other pockets, pulling out journals, pens, and cases. It slipped into a crevice. No luck.
Damn.
What is so important that it's worth ignoring me over?
My knife.
I always knew it would end this way.
Not today. I want its feet.
The rabbits?
Definitely not yours.
Why not? I have good beans. In my head, I measured its size. It's about half the length of my arm, so probably under a year old. A leveret?
I guess I could fit it into my backpack.
Yosemite shifts nervously. I can hear the fabric of her shorts rubbing together. Fuck you.
I don't understand. Why can't you just leave it alone?
Specifically to make you uncomfortable.
It does make me uncomfortable.
Good. I stare into the hare's lifeless button eyes, wide open, in shock. It looks like the kind you see in plush toys. Look away, Mimo. Look away. Look away, Mimo.
Always a sentimentalist.
Look away.
Maybe you acted tough, but you were mush when it came to animals. How did you go from that to displaying their corpses?
Take it you don't appreciate it then?
Frankly, it sickens me.
Why can't she stop poking around in my head? I told her to die in a fire and didn't even faze her. Isn't there anything I can do that can get her to shut up? Maybe I've been overthinking it. If I tell her the truth, maybe that will be enough and she'll finally get it. When the reality stares her in the face like this rabbit is staring into the dirt, it'll make her sick. My hand shakes, I gag. I solve both problems by throwing my hand over my mouth and swallowing everything my body is trying to purge. My arm feels like a dead weight, and despite walking through the sand every damn day, my legs wobble. Yet I can still scrape up enough strength to stand.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Yellowstone, since you girls are so curious. This dead rabbit, it has more power in its rotten carcass than I've ever had in 27 years.
She scoffs, almost laughs.
Power? The rodent is dead. There is no power there. It's empty. Perhaps there's some reverence for the life it lived in this place and the cosmic miracle it even did to begin with. Perhaps that notion is even sacred. But it's still empty. There's no energy residing in it. Certainly not enough for there to be any power.
Quit thinking so linearly, Yosemite.
Her eyes narrow as I throw the tired quote she spewed at me dozens of times right back in her smug face.
There is power, because I assign power to it. You're right. It's dead. But now that I've laid eyes on it, it has all the power over me it will ever need. Whether it's real or symbolic, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
That's plundering.
What symbolic power could a rotting mass of meat ever have over you? What does it offer you aside from the aesthetics of a serial murdering freak?
Resolution.
Again, I gag, and again I swallow. My stomach is boiling.
Conclusion. Some courage. I can bottle it in me because I need it. All of it.
She takes a step forward. My reflexes are dull and haze, and I don't dodge. She clasps my hands. I tear myself away. She just does it again and holds on even tighter.
Courage for what? I promise I'm not trying to hurt you this time. All I want is to understand so I can help. Why is it so significant for you?
It's noble. Like finishing a task. It's the ending of hurt and resistance. And I'm just tired of resisting, you know?
Somebody, for once in her own theatrics and claims of caring, can only manage to stare at me with word confusion.
No. Maybe you don't.
I yank my hand away and keep it locked at my side so she can't grab it again.
All you do is resist. You're scared that what happened to Zion will happen to you. That's the only reason you ever did anything.
The nauseous feeling in my gut worms its way into my chest, and the entire sickening feeling blooms through my entire body. Please, let this be the end of the whole conversation.
I'll give you that.
She just can't stay quiet. Why can't she just let me rest? Everything is battle, and I'm not even trying to fight.
There was a long time, longer than your worldly 27 years, where I did resist. I pushed back as hard as I could, just like you. I would fight so hard I would hurt others, sabotage myself, just like you.
The dry heaves are coming on. I try to muffle them, but they wheeze out.
But I don't feel the need anymore. It still hurts, but it doesn't bite at me anymore. I'm not scared. I can be grateful for the now, while understanding that the change will come. Because there was change in you. Even now, I still see it. Regardless of whatever aesthetic attempt at redemption or punishment you're trying to pull, you can't disguise yourself.
There's no holding it anymore. I have to let it go.
You hurt because you care. And I know you hurt. But I'm even more certain that you care. I see you, and I would be blind not to. Because you're the person that changed me.
Bile leaks out my mouth and I spray liquid across the ground. Choke, gag, do it again. Yosemite's tearful. war face drops in shock. I collapse, fall on all fours. I purge my stomach of the slurry of morning cocktail, and it mixes with the sand and makes pink mud. I slump to my side and groan.
Oh my goodness. Eve, are you okay?
Tears is over, and I can feel her hovering over me.
If you needed to stop, you should have said something earlier.
Piss off.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. Why is this happening?
Not that hard to figure out.
She does the math in her head, then glares at me. We're going on 6 hours since I threw that bottle I bought at her. Close to 24 since I've had a proper drink.
Amazing how your impulses always end up having consequences, isn't it?
Did she think I haven't heard that one before? Not just from her, but from everyone who thinks I don't consider my actions. I know. I want to care. I don't. Leave me alone.
If you have a problem with it, then leave.
Don't tempt me.
As the sweat trickles down my cheek, I flash from cold to hot. Somebody doesn't even know she's giving me what I've wanted all along. If I didn't feel like I was about to go off again and hurl on this rabbit's face, I'd laugh.
No, I mean it.
She brushes strands of hair out of my face. I grab her wrist.
Leave. I'm not asking.
She stares at me and breathes. She stands up.
And I'm not listening. Don't tell me what to do.
This is what I want. Deal with it.
Whenever I move, there's a rising feeling of dizziness, the numb incoherence of the flu.
What you want sucks. Can you stand?
Not for you.
I can't. Not if I wanted to. This isn't the first time I've hacked my guts out recently. When the nights have been bad, I would crawl to the corner of the shack and just let it all out before passing out. Death would scold me in the morning, but the mess would be cleaned up, and I would always be back in my sleeping bag. Not now. There's no corner to crawl into. Just the wide, open desert in Yosemite peering down at me. It's more claustrophobic than an old, broken down hut could ever be.
I suppose we don't have a choice then.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's like having to stare this dead rabbit directly in the face. I roll over to the fetal position and try to at least sit up.
We still have to get to the peak. If you can't walk, then I'll just do what I've always done and carry you.
What?
On my back.
You're more deluded than I thought if you think I'd actually let you.
She sighs.
I suppose we'll just keep doing things the hard way then.
Upsy daisy!
We're barely halfway up this trail. If you think you're gonna haul...
Somebody grabs my arms and yanks me onto my ass.
Ow! You're hurting me!
Boo-hoo! It's no worse than what you've already done to yourself.
Cut it out!
I squirm and buck as she wrestles me to my feet. Swat her in the face once or twice.
This is for your own good.
But for once, she It has more strength than me. In the time, the overgrown tree's height advantage has more of a difference. Like she's expending all the piss and vinegar she actually shares for arguing. Saves for arguing. Whenever I fail to tear myself away, I take a few more breaths. My hands flop wildly and slap her nose, and I gag, puppeteering my limp noodle arms becoming exhausting. I can't stop resisting. Even if my body stops working and my voice goes hoarse, I can't let her do this to me. The idea of this, all of this, going on for another day makes me want to scream. And because that's all that's left that I can control, I do.
I hate you! That cabin was the worst thing to ever happen to me! Stop it! No! No!
Somebody takes slow, plodding steps on the trail, hunching over like a hermit. I refuse to hold on to her shoulders, even as she keeps me hoisted up on her back.
6 miles. You know, you can't do this for 6 miles, right?
Doesn't dignify me with a response. Looks like I'm the one on the other end of this now.
Come on, Yosemite! We both know you don't have the stamina for this. Just put me down, alright? You're real virtuous, I get it!
I rise as she breathes in shovels of air, and falls as she blows it out like a steam engine. The rustic orange of midday sky mixes with the grays of the rocky trail. My head spins, blurring colors together. Green pine trees, the first I've seen in ages, guard the side of the cliff. Their mangled branches twist and reach for the sky in prayer. It all makes me dizzier. When I shut my eyes, I get a whiff of mahogany. It makes me want to hurl all over again. But I don't think I have anything left to check out.
Yosemite.
Breathe in, breathe out. Rise and fall.
Yosemite!
This time she answers. Kind of, she grunts.
I'm gonna puke again.
I try to imitate the sound of gagging by tingling my throat. My voice rasps its good impression of a choking dog.
Yosemite, I'm gonna do it, Yosemite!
She just growls and keeps trudging along, one wobbly step at a time. Can't she see I'm suffering? Why is she doing this? Why can't she set me down and then ignore me? I squeeze out a pained groan.
Yosemite!
Oh.
So much pain!
I see what Rat's doing.
Yosemite!
I see what Rat's doing in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner of my screen. Hello.
It hurts so much! I'm so scared!
Nothing. Does she not have a heart? What an arrogant tryhard. She pisses me off so much. I've known this for a while, but the lengths she'll do to make me more miserable than I already am. I hate it. I hate her. I hate Jessie. I hate anyone who has taken a chance on me. I hate that I keep trying to convince myself I actually believe that I hate that I'm a screw up, that I routinely ruin the lives of people and everyone unfortunate to get caught in my crosshairs, even when I piss off in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by landscapes I know will outlive me, and even then, not by much, because they're the only places I feel safe. I still can't find peace. I hate that too! All I do is hate.
Let me go!
Time to struggle again. Struggle and toil. Summoning up my empty reservoir of strength, I try for a second wind and knee her in the back. Then she doesn't budge. I pound her on the shoulder.
Don't you hear me? I said.
She elbows me in the gut. Elbow chunks. My head rests on Yosemi's trembling shoulder. How many hours has she been at this now? With no watch or phone? I can only guess. The sun has dipped below the far-off mountain peaks. We lord over all of them, the highest of any living thing for miles. High up enough for me to shiver with every rushing of the wind, despite every uncovered inch of my body burning a hot salamander pink. Patches of snow under the shades of trees still linger, even heading into the dog days of May. Alpine vibes. Yosemite's breathing has devolved into a steadily deflating hiss. Droplets from I don't fucking read. Droplets from her waterfall hair intermingle with her sweat in mine. She's a shuffling heap of determination. Just another thing I already knew about her. But I never knew she could take it this far. What an amazing soul. These girls have something in them that makes them as human as me, and yet they have an endurance that can't be extinguished. Unlike me. If they're more than human, then I must be less than. Maybe I'm not even one at all. Yosemite's wheeze breaks into a gasp. It's the first change since the last one.
I think we're here.
She stops and twists her head around to confirm. It knocks my head off her shoulder.
Oh my god, we are here!
I expect her to drop me on my ass so she can run across the promised land, but she powers through the exhaustion and keeps carrying me as we rush ahead. So, I guess this is it, then, huh? The portrait is in her line of sight. If the pebble is still in her stomach, then we should be able to get back now. Back to no catharsis. To fighting against everything. It's so crowded. Thoughts that petrify me are constantly assaulting every waking moment I experience. There's no space for anything except paranoia, for fear. I want to be away from that.
I wonder if we can see the lights from the general store.
I can't stand it.
Eve?
I bite down on my lip to trap in the sob and bury my face in her back.
I want to die.
Please don't say things like that.
Well, what the fuck else is there?
I scream it right in her ear. I feel her finally buckling under my weight. When her shoulders slump, I slide down her back and stumble over balance.
All I am is miserable. And all I know is that I shouldn't be.
Then stop living in contradiction and do something!
She's still out of breath from the hike. All she could do after yelling is breathe. For a moment, we stare at each other and gasp for air.
I could throw myself over this cliff. That'd be something. I could lay in traffic. I could have swerved the bus I took down here into a ditch. Hell, I could have quit my stupid job years ago. But let's be realistic, because you and me both know I wouldn't be happy doing anything. There's an entire universe of things I could be doing, but I don't.
Why not?
She steps closer to me. Rocks fall off the face of the mountain.
Those are just choices, aren't they?
Another step closer. Voice breaks. Confusion is etched so deep into her face. There are wrinkles.
Why can't you just choose one of them and commit?
Her face is up against mine, and seeing my distorted reflection in her eyes is enough to scare the shit out of me. My tears drip out faster. I back away.
It's not that easy.
My heels click against a rock.
And letting yourself rot while you're still alive is. That's as much of a choice as anything else.
It's not! It's my only choice!
Why do you think that? Tell me!
I inhale to respond, Then I can't inhale. I stop inhaling. My chest clenches. My lungs want to burst. I gasp. Continuous gasping. No air. No release. No catharsis. All I can feel is decay. All I can see for myself is decay. Never-ending, eternal. Not even the release of dying.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Yosemite doesn't bite at first. Her nose scrunches up in a sneer. Then my next gasp rattles.
Oh, God. Okay. Just breathe, all right? It's okay. It's okay. Let's sit you down.
The panic in her voice tells me it's not okay, that I'm not okay, and that none of this will ever, in fact, be okay. Always, it's the exact opposite of whatever anyone wants to see from me. There's no strength in me to fight back, no matter how much I want to. Just Yosemite's firm grip on my shoulder as she lowers me onto the rock.
Just breathe. Breathe.
The air whistles through my nostrils. She holds it. Finally, there's a release. Her breath brushes against my face.
Come on. Do it with me. In. Out. In. Out.
She reached herself to the point of insanity, each time taking it in that fresh mountain air and releasing it back into the world. In and out. In and out. My throat loosens. The squeezing in my chest tightens to a pulse before releasing completely. In and out. Whips of cold air stab through my clogged nostril passages and filter through my body. It flows through every muscle, every organ, like a river rushing over and between every rock. In and out. I still wheeze as the air passes through me, but it's manageable now. There's no fear of suffocation. Yosemite brushes her fingers through my clumped hair. I don't know when it happened, but I'm leaning against her now.
I'm terrified. Why can't I choose? Because every time I make a choice, there's a consequence. Even back in the cabin, at a place where I was as removed as possible from causing trouble, the little things still added up.
All I can picture in my head is Pup. His smiling, panting face. Only now it's alongside those cursed Polaroids. Parents that are screaming and crying, blood on the trunk of a tree. My mental image of that little coyote is now forever warped, and I will never get my old perspective back. That girl will never get her life back. No counting mouth problems on her fingers, or freedom from the nagging anxiety of wondering whether or not someone is staring at her hand or not.
Consequences all around. But if I just let go of all of it, offer up my control, and the dice can fall wherever they want. I won't be the one who casts them.
consequences are your decisions following up, Eve. What you put in this world is what you get out of it. That's all there is to it.
Makes sense. I haven't put anything into the world except my own bullshit. All I've done is blame people for the bigger problems out there. Told them it wasn't my place to teach them, while insisting it was still their fault. What good did that do? Punching someone's lights out for graffiti isn't going to stop anything. It won't stop evil and powerful people. It's not going to do anything except making everyone involved more jaded. But there's lots of ways you can teach people if you're willing to expend the energy.
The idea itself is exciting, even. Yet, when I look at Yosemite's patiently listening, with a soft smile, I'm not sure I have what it takes. She drove 500 miles just to see me, and then carried me up a mountain on her back. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Maybe I could have done that. But by the time I realized it, my own problems were slapping me in the face.
Yosemite doesn't answer. She doesn't snark off or come with a quippy argument. We sit there and look ahead. I'm still leaning against her, even with how worked up I am. Being like this at least calms me down a little. The brim of her hat is wide enough to shade us both if I squeeze in. Always looked goofy on me, but she can pull it off. The last streaks of orange has evaporated from the sky. Vague impressions of stars begin to peek out from the blue, dull specks that will only get brighter. The further down the mountain my eyes descend, the smaller the hill becomes, until they're simple dunes. Then it flattens into the checkerboard sand. I can only see so far until the whole vista disappears into the oncoming night.
It's not too late if that's what you think.
I can't help but chuckle. It's not even cynical, because I know she believes it.
Look at me. It's too late.
All I see is a stubborn woman who needs a shower.
Look at what I've done.
Held yourself accountable. Thought about your actions. Mistakes aren't an excuse for stasis. They're an incentive to be better, even if it takes the rest of your life. So why not be better? Why not take the opportunity to wheel yourself forward?
A wheel can spin in place.
Nonsense. If I can do it, so can you.
I'm not like you.
It hurts to say, but because I so desperately want to tear down these walls between me and her and everyone. But instead, I have the compulsion to build them 6 sides, no door, buried 6 feet down.
Believe me, I wish I were. You're fearless. Always looking for answers. And when it's hard or inconvenient, you don't change the question. You just change yourself. Me? I'm a coward.
If I am truly any of those things, it's because of you.
Her words are certain. Once they're out there, her face is anything but. All of the confidence drains from her until she's pale.
Because of you.
She repeats it anyway, because Yosemite is everything I said she was and more. If there was ever anything she could say to get me close to smiling right now, that would be it.
You can tell me that, and you can even believe it. That's not the reality I'm living in.
You don't get it, do you?
There's the old Yosemite, harsh and ready to tell me why I'm wrong.
Can you comprehend how many decades I spent spinning my own wheels? Maybe I was changing on the outside, but within myself I was rotting. The knowledge I was seeking wasn't so I could change. It was to soothe me, more and more, the things I felt precious were being forgotten. All I could do was cling to my desperation. Even today, there were moments where I felt I was facing down oblivion. But I held it in because I know I didn't need to feel that way anymore.
Tears spilled down her cheek and drip onto her mouth. I don't know how she keeps it together long enough to get the words out.
Yosemite, it's okay. I get it. You don't.
No, you don't! I need to say this! You need to hear it! Because before you came into my life, that cabin was my purgatory. And it was you, Eve, who made it into a home.
Purgatory. A lump catches in my throat. I look around at the mess that's been made. The streaks of water on the floor, the tossed away gun, the open cabinets. I take a look at the whole cabin, small and homey. But I still know what it's really for. It's a purgatory. A sanatorium to clean me of any lingering pride. This is my punishment. And if that's the case, then maybe it's not actually a purgatory. Maybe it's actually hell. That's not how I was supposed to be. Being sent there was my punishment. Before I banished myself here, that's where I was supposed to be. So I could think. Until I was much numb. Now, how can she say that it was her purgatory too?
No. No. You're not gonna get one over on me. I know what the truth is. And this isn't the truth.
I cover my ears, shut my eyes, block it all out. Hope that it's all just some sort of fever dream in the last fleeting moments of my life.
It's true to me.
I can still hear her. None of it goes away. Every day it's facing me.
You're the realest truth I've ever known.
Don't say that.
What's so wrong about it? I want you to know.
Because I might actually start believing you.
God, what's happened to me? I never used to let myself get swept up by the sentiments of others like this. My feelings were always the deciding factor between right and wrong, truth and lies. Now I'm a crybaby, always snorting back big embarrassing tears and snot.
Believe me then.
Maybe this is all just amusing to her. But her smile is so gentle, bright like a glowing crescent moon. I wanted to believe.
Believe me when I call you a cynical, posturing crank.
We both giggle, though you wouldn't know with all the wet sniffling going on.
So please, believe me when I say I know you're only that way because you care. And I know how much it hurts to care. But caring is the first step and you're already there.
You can't say that. You can't know what's actually inside my heart.
That's what it all comes down to. Actions can leave positive impressions and be glowing, but intention can be wicked. Narcissistic and cruel. Intent can be arrogant, playing at virtue.
No. Tell me what this is then.
Somebody digs into the pocket of her shorts and folds a wrinkled piece of paper.
Hold on. When did you...
When your supervisor brought over the report sheets, he scolded me for taking federal property.
Somebody scrambled and unfolded the survey. Her eyes scan across the paper. They're going from side to side as she reads top to bottom. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve, this is positive. Glowing, even. I'll take your word for it.
Once I've had time to digest everything. I'll start going through all of them, but right now, as the idea of reading them reminds me of hearing my own voice coming out of the phone or video. It forces a specific kind of objectivity I'm not ready for. But Yosemite is ready for it. She laps. She laps the stuff up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on me on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usual sarcasm, spreads across her face. A flushed red crosses her cheeks. Her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. It reminds me of a vivid sunset.
I'm keeping this one. Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
It just isn't. It's just bright enough out for me to be able to see it. It's crude, drawn with purple pen I had on me at the time. A map of Trulam Meadows I drew from memory. It was for a solo hiker who needed directions from Taiga Pass to the Pacific Crest Trail. I took the liberty of jotting down some spots for checking out, from Lambert Dome to the Cathedral Lakes. I hadn't even given it a second thought until now. It was something I did on the back of one of those "Rate how we're doing" sheets. Guess they must have turned it back in, just like that one Yellowstone jammed into Teddy.
It's just some crappy map I drew. What's so special about it?
It is crappy. You've no artistic skills whatsoever.
She hugs the paper like a child squeezing her prized stuffed animal.
But I love it. I haven't stopped carrying it with me since the day I first laid eyes on it. Do you know why?
I shake my head, my mouth too dry to even make noise. No sticks to my lips.
Because it shows me that you won't forget. That you'll remember.
She folds the map and puts it away.
So, when you say you're not like me, that's where you're wrong. You are me, in all the ways I know and feel.
Pressing on her knees for balance, she stands with a stretch and a groan.
Maybe it's egotistical to say, but knowing was what gave me the courage to move forward. All your anger and sentiment made manifest in me.
Yosemite is a giant, and all this time I've been standing in her shadow, looking up. Her trademark sharp glare, her as faded, and all that's left is a gentle gaze.
That's how I know you care.
She bends down over and closes the height gap.
And that's why I love you.
Yosemite takes her hat and plants it on my head, then plants a kiss on my forehead. Kisses me on the forehead. It's a soft peck, but hits with the impact of a paradigm shift. The longer she holds it, the more sensitive the center of my forehead becomes. I've never been so hyper aware of it in my life. Like when one side of a pair of headphones breaks and all you can do is listen out of the other. She breaks away and I feel a wet mark. She holds back a laugh and points.
It looks like a third eye.
Don't say something stupid like that after kissing me!
Oh my god, they're so fucking cute and gay. I wipe my forehead and hide underneath the brim of my hat. Your hat? If I could, I would turtle inside of it for eternity.
Me? You weren't saying anything at all. Someone had to offer some levity.
A tear fell on Nemo.
You call that levity? Now I'm even more nervous.
Sounds like a you problem. Have you tried stealing your confidence?
Overgrown tree, you're the most entitled and selfish person I've ever met.
Is that the best you've got? You've called me worse. Today, even.
Well, I didn't mean any of that, but I mean it this time.
Angry redhead lesbian becoming a soulful after long journey.
So you're feckless, too. Not as if I didn't know, but perhaps you should try committing to something for once in your life, Ranger.
I'm burning from sunburn and otherwise. Somebody can act all smug, but she's just as pink.
Perhaps you could commit to coming home.
The theatrics die. Following the pattern of the last month I've spent here, I'm left to think, in the stillness of a cold desert night. Except this time, I'm not doing it alone.
You're still on that? After everything, you still want me back?
Want is a very generous...
She stops herself and drops the shtick.
I do. Of course I do.
Such a stupid question. She said she loves me, for God's sake. There's no denying it. Whatever we are, Yosemite and I go beyond simply being combative hens to each other. We see each other how we need to be seen. My hands tremble. The rancid taste of my stomach acid still linger in my mouth. If we go through with this, I'm not sure either of us are prepared for the pain in store.
The next few days are gonna suck, you know?
I show her the tremors quaking through my hand.
It might not be much better than today.
We've already seen the worst of each other, haven't we? I have no doubt this will be just as exhausting. But we'll deal with it together.
She makes it sound simple. It's not going to be. But if she'll be there.
Alright.
I try to smile without sobbing.
Let's go then.
I stand. And before I could do it myself, she scoops me into a hug.
Welcome home.
Yay! I clench my teeth, steal my face, and still manage to shred a few tears.
Good to be home.
My hat scruffs against her chin. I look up to get it out of her face, and so I can stare at her handsome features, squeezing just a little harder as I do.
What are we waiting for? We can leave from here, right?
About that.
She lets me go, her ears flatten guiltily.
The pebble was a decoy that I found in the parking lot. I did it to trick you. The real one is right here.
She holds one of Death's pebble bullets between her fingers and thumb.
That means this entire time.
We could have gone back, yes. I fibbed. For a good cause, though.
I can't believe it.
You'll forgive me, right?
She did it so naturally, too.
You're such a bitch.
Realization strikes.
How the hell am I in love with you too?
I love them. They're so fucking gay. Ah, the trees are undetailed. Zion rests a bouquet of flowers on top of a plot of dirt. Lilies, lupins, dandelions, and larkspurs.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's
She picked them herself. It would make a serene photo, lying beneath the sturdy cross I tied together using fallen branches.
You were a good boy. Playing with you was always a lot of fun. I'm sorry I never gave you one of my veggie omelets. I don't think you would have liked it very much, though. Next time.
Her voice squeaks, but the brave little angel manages to choke back the tears.
Next time, I hope you have a mama and that things are easier for you.
She spins around and runs into Yellowstone's embrace, who is decidedly not holding it together.
That was beautiful!
Give me a second to just do something in the background. I'm just gonna. A geyser erupts from her head and splashes down on all of us. Her wails scare away the birds and the trees above us.
Ah, quit your crying. I can't even sense anything dead in that grave.
Put an egg in your shoe and beat it, Val. It ain't about that. It's about everyone's feelers.
It's the feelers that matter.
Ewo, ewo.
Dwayne gets it.
You lot have a weird way of showing them then.
Death goes back to fiddling with her gun as she leans against a distant tree, Dwayne balancing on Yellowstone's shoulder, like a parrot, snuggling against her cheek. They're both staying with us at the cabin now. Yellowstone's idea, of course, it was. Yosemite wasn't thrilled, but I had already gotten used to her when I was in Death Valley, so it wasn't too much of an adjustment for me. It's getting a little cramped, and that try-hard cowboy can't keep herself from shooting at every single thing that moves. But it's not much crazier than anything else that goes on in that cabin. Just one of those things we'll all have to get used to.
This was a nice thing you did here. Really? I thought it was kind of selfish. Did it more for myself than anything.
Quit acting like you're tall enough to sell yourself short.
It's really easy to make Yosemite blush these days. Feels good to finally have one over her.
Want to say a few words, Evo? You and Puppers were pretty tight.
Should I? It almost didn't feel right. After all, I was the one who... Yosemite squeezes my hand.
Go ahead.
It's a small gesture, but it gives me the courage to continue. That's all she seems to be doing lately. When I was squirming in bed, sweating all the junk, she never left my side once. She had plenty of criticism to offer while stationed at the bedside, though. What else could I want? With a steady breath, I stepped towards the memorial. Death is right. There was something buried here. I left him at the tree. It felt right at the time. Leave him to the elements, so his decay could nurture the soil and other animals. That the antithesis to keep him cooped up in a cabin.
Hey, buddy.
I take a knee. She had the handiwork. It doesn't really feel like I'm talking to him.
I hope you like the place I picked out.
It feels so weird to go through the motions of a grieving ritual like this. Only saying these things because they're expected of me.
Lots of rabbits come through this clearing, so it...
My voice trails off. Songbirds fill the silence. The deeper we get into the spring, and the lusher it gets, the more of them there seem to be flooding around.
Girls, I don't think I can do this.
Oh no, you sit right there and get it off your chest.
That's right. You'll feel brand spanking new afterwards.
If I can do it, then so can you, Miss Eve.
Ewo, ewo.
When's the picnic happening? I was told I'd get grub if I tagged along.
Fucking Death Valley. Fucking hell.
Miss Valley, please show a little tact.
Yosemite rests her hand on my shoulder and smiles. It's all the reassurance I need. With one last sigh, I start talking.
I'm sorry things turned out this way. Guess I already told you as much. Really was all my fault. In a world that's perfect, the same one where I'm perfect. I would have never let you in that cabin. Probably never would have even been there to begin with. That's not how things shook out. Maybe that's fine, or maybe I don't have the right to say that. Doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm gonna make 1,000, 10,000 more mistakes. Just as severe and hurtful as the ones I've made so far. That's okay, though. I'm gonna learn from each and every one of those mistakes. Because they're all just spokes on my wheel. Can't stop it. So may as well push forward. That way, when my time is up, and I'm rotting right alongside you, I won't have died perfect, but I'll have been a little better than I would have been otherwise.
I pat down on the soil and let it squeeze through my fingers.
It's a little purple, but I guess I'll accept it.
You're a little irritating, but I guess I'll accept you.
Love them.
Ah, yes. I know you are, but what am I? A very mature and articulate classic.
I stand onto my tippy toes and stretch until I can match her height.
Learn from the best.
We clunk foreheads and snuggle them together. Her eyelashes brush against mine and tickle my face.
Quite the tree hugger, are we?
What can I say? I've always loved our parks.
She pulls the brim of my hat over my face. While I'm stunned, she takes my hand.
Your sweet nothings are just that. Nothing. Now don't look at me. Now then, how about that picnic?
Ugh, finally. We're starting to gag.
The sky is so clear. It really is the perfect day for one.
You said it. Best believe the spread I whipped up for today is gonna knock all your socks off.
So he pulls me by the hand, leading me towards the picnic. Towards more nonsense, arguments, more mysteries and discoveries, beautiful sights and vistas. More sunsets. I want to see them. Because I do love these parks. That's my truth. I love Death Valley, Zion, Yellowstone, Yosemite. I love the diversity of colors and life. Mountains higher than I could ever dare to climb. Small ravines just waiting to be discovered by those adventurous enough to veer off the beaten path. Hopefully not too far, though. Cold winters in the forest, blistering summers in the desert. I love all of it, and I'm here because I love it. There's still so much hate in here, in me, but I don't think all the growth in the world will ever truly soothe me. There will always be encounters with uncaring ignorance that will infuriate me. And I'm sure that for a time, I'll believe that the anger is all there is. But for now, at least, I know it's not. There's more. Oh my god, there's so much more. My wish is for people to appreciate the wonders they've been blessed with. Understand that it's not just a resource or a trendy vacation spot or numbers on an ever-growing and insatiable bottom line. But that is medicine. That if they take the time to come out here and listen to themselves and the things around them, they can tune into something much greater than themselves and their thoughts and troubles. They can connect. They can heal. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe people will always choose to suffer, to bathe in their hurt and drown themselves in them. Until there's nothing and nobody, and the sun burns itself out. maybe. But as long as I'm here, I can be a gentle guide. I can help and show people that there's another way. Anyone can, and as long as they make the conscious choice to love. Eventually, though, the inevitable happens. Everything is forgotten. Nothing is remembered or protected forever. I'll learn to make my peace with that. Somehow. Dwelling on it does nothing. Instead, I take one step forward and look around. See where I'm at. With a little effort, I can cut through the fog and focus on what matters. People I'm with. The experiences and feelings we share. They're invisible, but they're tangible and real. I can smile at them, and somehow that will be enough. They'll know I care. Even on the days where all I want to do is die. Especially on those days. After all, why build hell when you already live in heaven? It's a black screen. Why is it just a black screen? Screen.
Keep coming back to that toppled headstone at my grave, retracing paths that finally set me free. I looked again and this is what I see. My heart burns red, it dreams of reality. Open your eyes and tell me what you see. I'm on my way, I know where. Broken wings can be repaired again. On my way, I know where. Eve! Guess who? Come on, open up. I brought some jerky for you. Okay. I'm letting myself in then. Don't get snippy with me now.
Huh. Guess she isn't here right now. Well, looks like all her things have been moved back in, though. Oh well, that's fine. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Phew! It's a little stuffy in here. Guess spring has finally sprung, huh? Maybe I'll just go ahead and open up the window for her. If she gets cranky, she was already going to anyway. What are these? Eve, don't tell me you took a painting while you were away. Well, I guess she'll tell me about it eventually.
Dang. Can't believe it. It's over. It's over! Can't believe it's finally over. Can't believe it's over. Big sad. Let me just make sure, just make sure I don't have things I don't need on. I'm hugging Mimo! I'm hugging Mimo. I've been hugging Mimo this whole time. Also, I can't believe. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, oh god. That was really slow. I don't know why. Oh jeez, fuck you. The game, I love the game. It's so good. I'm like Alon popping off. Alon and the whole team work on this really popped off. They really fucking popped off, you know? Sion, Sachi, Marina, Uma Jata, Ba Dial, Triple Distress, Studio Yuraki, Kira, Top Hat, Sarah Mancusa for music, Max Jeffrey Shear, editor, Carrie Tuberville, Ari Rosa, Josh, Lisa, Raymond, Yin Yang voices, casting, John Wesley Go, Natalie Van Sistine, I'm butchering names, Rachel Messer, Jill Harris, Lisa Raymond, again, Daisy Guevara, Freddie Hines, Sion again, Sion again, Sarah Mogusin again, Sarah Raymond again, the Rangers and employees of the National Park Service, Tremendous Marchen, TJ Vogue, Huckleberry, Renpie Engine. We're back to the start of the credits again. Very gay. Very gay, let's see. Y'all know for a fact I'm gonna be taking screenshots of the things off screen later. Because I gotta. It's just too good. Can't believe it's over. It's so lovely. We love it. I guess I gotta do my 7 spots real quick before we go check out Rat. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing as if you looked at the Twitch schedule, you know I'm gonna be playing Slay the Princess because you know I'm really excited to play that game for a while. I've seen the demo. I played the demo ages ago. It was really interesting. It's not gay, but you know. Made an exception for cute woman, princess. That I'm totally saving. Nothing else. I'm saving her. I can fix her. I can fix her. I can fix her. Oh god, cursed Mimo. I can fix her. Trust me, I can fix her. I can fix her. We can fix her. And we got 7 squats. Let's go. 7 squats. 1, 2. Closer. I'm gonna start with the game volume, but actually realize it can't. It's still high as hell. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Sit back down on a chair, pull my chair right up on the carpet, pull my chair back to the laptop, reset everything, move the mic back down. Alright, clear the thing. Alright, so, again, tomorrow, doing Slay the Princess. Saturday is going to be a fun new game if nothing comes up. I'm doing a fun new game, trying that out. I'm trying out a new game. And then next week is a surprise. I'm not gonna fucking make the surprise. I'm gonna fucking wait till next week to find out what the fuck it is. But yeah, next week I got a surprise for Epic Sunday. Yeah, I have plans. I have plans. You can't do anything about it. Sorry, those plans make me have to freaking wait until December to play Twofold. Ugh. But also, actually, not before that, during that, on the 11th, as you already know, kind of, as some of you already know, on the 11th, I will be doing my karaoke stream, because fuck you guys, only for Saturday. Be warned, I might be sleepy, I might be tired, because, you know, I work on Saturdays. I'll try to, you know, get a nap in. I do shower, though, so. I probably won't be too sleepy, but, you know, be warned it might happen. Because y'all wanted a Saturday at 9 PM. Don't know why. But anyways, that's that. I don't think I have anything else to say.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
Yes, of course you do. But anyways... No, I don't know. What the fuck is 2 kinds? That's not the first time you said 2 kinds before, and I'm confused as hell. Anyways, we're gonna go raid Rat. We're gonna go raid Rant. We're gonna raid Rant. You know, the lovely rodent. We love Rant. We love Rant. We got a raid message. It's the gay wolf raid. Anyways, hope you all have a lovely rest of your Sapphic Sunday. I'm gonna go get some food because I'm an hour late to what I usually eat my food, but that's fine. I'm gonna get some food, watch some Rant, take some screenshots of a video game, maybe do some more work on my VR chat stuff. But hope you have a lovely evening, guys. Thanks for hanging. Look forward to tomorrow for Slay the Princess. I mean, save the princess. Yeah, just save the princess. Yes. Save the princess. Saving the princess. Saving her. Bye! We also meet Fake is chill over here. You got Fake is chill over there.